And I see we're live to our YouTube audience as well. Welcome, everyone. We are just going to give a moment here for everyone to file in. Thanks for joining us. All right. It looks like we have about 52 participants. This is very exciting. So I'm going to first ask my colleague Victor to make an announcement in Spanish, and then we can get going.
Thank you, Philip. Muy bienvenidos a todos. La reunión de hoy se ofrecerá en inglés y en español. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting will be offered in English and Spanish. I'll give the instructions in Spanish first, and then I'll go ahead to give the instructions in English as well. Tome un momento ahora para seleccionar el idioma que le gustaría escuchar la presentación hoy. Si se une a través de una computadora de escritorio o portátil, haga clic en el icono del globo con la leyenda que dice Interpretation o interpretación, ubicado en la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla de su computadora. Si está usando la aplicación de Zoom a través de un dispositivo móvil como un teléfono inteligente o tableta, presione los 3 puntos con la leyenda más o en inglés more en la parte inferior derecha o superior derecha de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma que prefiere escuchar. Si desea escuchar la reunión en inglés, seleccione inglés, o si prefiere español, seleccione español. Puede habilitar audio o silenciar audio original. En cualquier momento puede cambiar de canal para poder escuchar la presentación en el otro idioma, pero necesita seleccionar uno para poder escuchar el contenido de hoy. Si tiene alguna dificultad o algún problema, por favor envíenos un mensaje por el chat o levante su mano virtual y con mucho gusto le podemos ayudar. Muchas gracias. Please take a moment to select the language that you'd like to hear the presentation in today. As I mentioned earlier, we are offering both English and Spanish. So if you're joining us through a desktop or laptop computer, please click the globe icon with the legend interpretation located at the bottom right of your computer screen. If you're using the Zoom app through a mobile device, such as a smartphone or a tablet, press the 3 dots with the legend more at the bottom right or upper right-hand side of your screen and select the language you prefer to hear. If you want to hear the meeting in English, select English, or if you prefer Spanish, select Spanish. And you can enable mute original audio. You can switch between the channels at any moment to hear the presentation in the other language, but you need to select one in order to hear all of today's content. If you have any difficulty in finding these options or you have any questions, please send a message in the chat box or raise your virtual hand on Zoom so we can help you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Victor. I appreciate that. And we'll try to remind our participants as we move forward about those ways of accessing the Spanish interpretation. My name is Philip Bransford, and I use he, him pronouns. I'm the communications officer in the Washington County Administrative Office, and I'm so pleased to be your moderator this evening for the first of 4 quarterly town hall meetings hosted by your Washington County Board of County Commissioners. And this town hall will focus on our budget, our equity process, our priorities. We have a lot in store for you this evening. And as Victor said, there's a way to right now go to Spanish interpretation. And we're thankful for him for providing that. I'm also thankful for our American Sign Language interpreters who are here today as well. And let's see what we're going to do. First of all, if we can advance one slide, please, Marcus. We would like you, this is some of the instructions you heard a moment ago from Victor, and I'll carry on to point out that we would like you to share your comments as you have them in chat, but please save your questions for the breakout room segment of our town hall meeting, which is coming up right after we have a couple of presentations. And to reduce the distractions as we are trying to get our presentations grounding us together before we break into the breakout rooms, I would ask that we mute our mics and keep your cameras off if you are not speaking. And if we could move one more slide. I would also offer these as some guiding principles for our time together in this town hall meeting. Please participate with intention and appreciate the diversity of perspectives that you will hear in our breakout sessions with our board members. We ask that we maintain a respectful space in those sessions, create an opportunity for everyone to engage, and we are asking that we keep to one question per or comment per participant when we get to that point. Let's see, for staff, I would also ask that we try to speak with a little bit slower pace than perhaps you are used to, and hopefully I'm modeling that. People will tell me if I'm not. Let's see, we need to also try to avoid the use of acronyms when we can, when we go through our presentation. If we can go one more slide. This is our agenda for our town hall. We will first hear from our county administrator, Tanya Angie, about the current state of our Washington County budget. And we'll next hear from Latricia Tillman, our Chief Equity Officer, about a new, what we call a budget equity tool that we will talk about and explain. And after those two presentations, we will go to our breakout sessions. Now, there will be two opportunities, two sessions, I will say, to visit with your county commissioner. You can go to a breakout room at the beginning for about 20 minutes, and then we'll have a transition time, and you can come out and come into another breakout room if you desire. And with that, I will ask that the slide advance one more time and introduce our county administrator, Tanya Angie, to present her presentation about the county budget.
Thank you, Philip. Good evening. Thank you, Chair Harrington and commissioners, for convening this town hall and for the opportunity to be with you tonight. I'm going to start with a high-level overview of the county budget process, including key upcoming dates, provide an overview of county resources and expenditures, and finally speak to some of the challenges we are facing this year as we work to balance the budget. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the county budget process is a fiscal year cycle rather than a calendar year cycle, which means that our new fiscal year starts July 1st. Although the new year starts July 1st, the budget process really happens year round. As you can see on the graphic, we're finalizing the proposed budget now and will hold public budget committee meetings in May before the budget is finalized in June. Next slide, please. This slide shows the upcoming public meetings for this next fiscal year, 2022 to 2023. The board held a town hall in December and is holding another one right now with you today. Based on community input During last year's budget committee meetings, each of the budget committee meetings in May will include opportunities for public comment. This is new. In addition, the county will provide 2 public hearing opportunities on June 1st and 2nd. Next slide, please. Oregon revised statutes guide much of the budget process and even the budget meetings. One of the key tenets of Oregon budget law is public participation. For example, the budget committee is comprised of an equal number of elected officials and appointed community members who all have an equal say in the budget committee meetings. The law requires that the budget committee has an opportunity to listen to and consider public comment. The county charter and county code also guide our budget process, including a requirement for a 5-year forecast, which will be provided to the budget committee. Finally, the Board of County Commissioners provides legislative and policy direction for the organization that we incorporate into the budget. As a reminder, government budgeting and accounting is done by fund, which I'll talk a bit more on the next slide. Next slide, please. The 2 primary types of funds in Washington County are the general fund, which is the discretionary portion of the budget, and special funds, which are often restricted or dedicated for specific purposes and over which the county has little discretion. This slide shows the services funded by the general fund and special funds. The general fund includes many support services, such as administrative support, public safety and justice activities, general housing and health services, and many other services. Special funds include restricted revenue sources and have specific uses for spending based on fund. These revenue sources are capital and operating levies, gas tax, lottery fund, and others. Next slide, please. Like many organizations, inflation increases led to higher costs, creating challenges throughout our county budget. In addition, the county has limited ability to generate revenue and is facing increased pressures for new and expanded services, many of which do not have funding associated to them. Put simply, our spending growth is outpacing our revenues. I want to repeat that. Our spending growth is outpacing our revenues. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the guidance I have provided to the organization as we prepare the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 budget. We are on a journey to center the community in our work and our processes, and we value and appreciate the feedback and input we've received throughout the year regarding the budget process and priorities. With the support of the Board of Commissioners, I have directed the organization to implement the budget equity tool. You will hear more about that in a moment. Fund essential community service levels, fund the board priorities, minimize capital spending, and be cognizant of the state and federal requirements affecting Washington County and our services. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here tonight and for the opportunity to speak with you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Latricia Tillman, who will share more information about the budget equity tool, which we are implementing for the first time this year. Latricia?
Thank you so much, County Administrator Angie. Good evening to everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. My name is Latricia Tillman, and I'm the Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer, and I use she, her pronouns. And I'm happy to provide a brief overview of our budget equity tool and our budget equity process this evening. And so if we could go to the next slide. I want to share a little bit about why we are using a budget equity tool. Just about 2 years ago, Washington County adopted a equity resolution, which directed the county to implement best practices related to equity, diversity, and inclusion in everything that we do. And in the following year, as our budget was being developed, the budget committees, along with the county board, asked, how can we build equity into our budgeting process? And they directed me and our Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement to develop a budget equity tool and a process for building equity into our decision-making. This aligns with our county commitment, as I mentioned, to center and build equity into budgeting, as well as into all of our county policies and operations. This year is the first year that we're using a budget equity tool. And so we think about it as a learning process and an opportunity to establish baseline data about what we know, where inequities exist in our county and in our processes and in our internal work with staffing, et cetera. But it also gives us an opportunity to learn where equity work is happening, where it's happening well, and an opportunity to celebrate and communicate that work with our broader community. So for all those reasons, we're excited to be using an equity tool this year. Next slide, please. So it's very important to us and to our elected leadership at Washington County to lead with race and focus on racial equity. And that is because there's a recognition that the history of the United States is built on unfairly advantaging some communities over others. From the beginning of the United States history, there has been an intentional and explicit creation of a racial divide through policy and practice from the beginning of the country through the dispossession of Native Americans from their land and the institution of slavery and segregation and Jim Crow laws, and even from the creation of Oregon with exclusion laws and unfair treatment of Indigenous people and Mexicans and other people of color. In the 1900s, that explicit focus on racial inequality became illegal, but policies that were considered race neutral, didn't explicitly mention races or nationalities, still promoted the advantaging of some communities over other communities. And without directly addressing inequality, allowed inequality to persist and in some cases to grow in different communities. So we're very happy in Washington County to shift and change our practice from just tolerating inequality to actively seeking to dismantle policies, programs, and practices that create inequity, and proactively building policies, practices, and programs that can help us close those racial inequity gaps and build a community that will look more equitable. Next slide. So I just want to take 2 minutes to talk about why we focus on equity before we talk specifically about the budget equity tool. And many people use the terms diversity, inclusion, and equity interchangeably, but they're very different concepts. They're very different terms. Diversity is about representation. So bringing lots of different perspectives into the room, understanding that our life experiences help form our opinions and how we see the world. Inclusion is about giving that diversity of representation access to form how we make decisions, to form the kinds of questions we ask, and to have more opportunities to lead and to shape process and outcomes. Equity is about the outcomes. And so that's why we focus on the data and understanding the community reality. It's less about process than about making sure that at the end of the day, all of our communities have an opportunity to thrive and to be healthy and to prosper. Racial equity focuses on closing gaps so that race will not predict one's success, and to do that while also improving outcomes for everybody. So equity is focused, but it's not exclusive. It is inclusive, and diversity and inclusion are necessary, but they are not enough to move us toward an equitable community. So they're part of the process, but we need other things like the budget equity tool. Next slide, please. So the budget equity tool is basically a set of strategies and questions that we ask departments to think through and to build those strategies and the answers to those questions into the decisions that are made about how we invest county dollars. Next slide. We focus on 5 strategies in particular that help inform how we allocate our resources. The first is accessibility. So recognizing that Washington County is the most diverse county in the state of Oregon, how are we making sure that our services are accessible for people who have limited English proficiency or different physical, mental abilities and need services to be modified so that they can access our county services without barrier? The second strategy is looking at data. And that means we need to be able to look at our outcomes by race, ethnicity, language, and ability status to make sure that not only does everybody have access to our services, but so that we can see whether or not everybody is enjoying the same level of success as a result of accessing our services. The third strategy is community engagement. It is extremely important to listen to the voices of community members, especially those from communities who are most impacted by the problems and the challenges that exist within Washington County. So data tells one story, the numbers tell one story, but community experience and the lives of community members also tells another story, and there's wisdom in our community that we want to tap into. When we know the barriers and we know what the data says and we hear the voice of community, then we can start to think about how do we invest in culturally specific service delivery that matches the needs, the values, and the norms of communities that have experienced inequities for many years. And when we think about how do we invest internally in our workforce and our infrastructure, we can also make those targeted investments so that the processes we use, the staff we hire, the IT, the website that we design, that all of that can also help make sure that everybody has access and that the services that we provide are relevant to all communities, all of our diverse communities in Washington County. So as we have started using the budget equity tool, each of these strategies comes with questions that staff are asking and reflecting on, and they're engaging with community to help identify how we can invest differently to address known inequities. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, this is the first year that we are using a budget equity tool. So we spent time developing, training, and implementing it. We'll train our budget committees to also use the budget equity tool. And we're learning a lot across the county, and we will be able to evaluate the budget equity tool once this budget process concludes, and in the next year, modify that tool, improve the tool, and then use that new and improved tool in future budget cycles. And because we're a learning organization, we imagine that budget equity tool will continue to evolve year over year. Next slide. So this is a little hard to see, but basically we just wanted to let you know where we are in the budget process as it relates to the budget equity tool. Departments have submitted their draft budgets with their budget equity tools. And as we move toward the public engagement process and the board's deliberation process, we will shift to now training the board and the budget committees in using the budget equity tool. And going forward, we will be able to communicate with the community how the use of the budget equity tool has influenced the budget decisions that the board will be making in the next few months. And with that, I will turn it back over to our moderator.
Thank you, Latricia. And thank you to our county administrator, Tanya Angie. And we are at a point now where we can hear from all of you. And when I say we, I'm saying that on behalf of our board members who are very interested in talking with you about our budget. I'm reminded about a feature in Zoom in the upper right corner where you can pick the screen that you want to see as the presentation is being given. And when we go into the breakout rooms, you might try that feature as well. so you can see the person that you want during those segments. If we could move one more slide. We are getting ready now to do our breakout sessions.
We need to take care of. And then lastly, consider all state and federal regulatory and legislative changes. Like it or not, there are requirements that come from the state legislature, but also the federal government that we are required to implement. And we need to do that. It proves to you that we're doing a good job. So I'd like to just take a moment now, and sorry for being so long-winded, to just highlight for you a few priorities that are close to my own heart. And this is a unique opportunity to talk with you tonight. And do feel free to turn your cameras on if you'd like. I think that's okay. Ordinarily, as the chair, I have to represent the majority opinion of the board opinion, as it were. But tonight, in our breakout room together, I get to share with you my own personal priorities. So for example, you've heard from me for years, the importance of expanding permanent affordable housing and to support our community members that need a little bit of more help than just a stable home for success, what we call supportive housing services. Well, the good news is, thanks to you voters, that funding is well in hand. So it's just a matter of us having the right policies in place and operational excellence. So there are budget increases that go to that for those special funds, but I don't have to do anything more to make sure that happens in the budget. But there are some other areas that I do need to make happen. For example, climate change. Thanks to some community engagement since December and the last few months, I have advocated for more resources for climate change. So that's important to me. And lastly, it's important to me that we do a better job with community engagement. So those are just three I wanted to mention. And now I'd really like to turn it back to Daniel so that he can foster our time together to hear from you and for us to have a discussion. Thank you so much for offering me some time here in the breakout room.
Thank you so much, Chair Harrington. And you'll see at the bottom of your screen, there's a reactions link or a little button, and there's a ability to raise your hand. And so, yeah, we've already got a few people using it. And so Nina K, if you want to go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I noticed that transit connectivity is not one of the community raised priorities, and I would like to ask for that to be a priority. We have a lot of transit dependent residents in our county, including a large percentage of seniors and people with disabilities, as well as lower middle and low income community members who seriously depend on transit options in order to, go to jobs and go to schools, higher education opportunities, job training opportunities, to access healthcare, and to do all the things that they need to do in order to survive and function in our daily lives. And so I would like to ask for that to be a priority.
Thank you, Nina. I would also like to mention that we have the Major Streets Transportation Improvement Program going on right now for the next 5 years, 23 for 20 through 28. So your feedback tonight will apply to that program as well as we apply the community feedback with more community engagement happening later this year. But that is where we have the opportunity to invest in connectivity to help more people get safely to bus lines and to light rail, as well as other such improvements. Thank you again, Nina.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Nina.
you, I'm glad.
Next hand we had up was from Shushruta. Sorry for mispronouncing, but Shushruta.
Thank you, Chair Harrington and Danielle, for the opportunity to speak. Ranked choice voting increases voter participation and brings greater DEI to government. And not only is it tested and true, it's used in Benton County and other cities in the US. And I mean, looking forward, I expect you to be reelected in a couple of months now, and in future budget cycles, it'll also eliminate the need for costly runoff elections. And you might recall in January that the Washington County Democrats joined the Oregon League of Women Voters in endorsing the ranked choice voting for Washington County ballot initiative campaign. And over 85% of our central committee members voted yes on the resolution. So I was wondering if you'd help us support and bring this initiative to the ballot.
Thank you, Shushruta. If I should say thank you to Nina as well. I referred to each of you by first name, my apologies. So we did have a short presentation from our staff to help us understand how we might need to invest in the election software to implement ranked choice voting, as well as in the voter education. I will need to follow up on that because quite frankly, I can't remember if it was in 2019 or 2020. But I appreciate your raising that forward again, and I'll have to find that information. I know Daniel will help me and revisit that. Frankly, I don't know if we'll be able to get it into this budget year yet, but it is worth asking the question. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your question. That was great. Next is Mr. Dale Feek.
Madam Chair Harrington, you said one of your 3 priorities is climate change and getting more resources to address that. To really address climate change, you need to address the reduction of fossil fuels. And so fossil fuels being oil, coal, and natural gas. So what kind of resources are you getting more resources, but then how are you going to use those resources to accomplish the climate change and the reduction of oil, coal, and natural gas, especially since Washington County is a fast-growing county with many industries, and those industries use a lot of those fossil fuels.
Thank you, Dale, for your question. So one of the things that I'm really impressed by is the number of people all across the large Washington County community who want to help us assess what we as one government, county government, can do. And we have had some work going on thanks to our sustainability manager, Robin Stroughton, if I pronounce her name correctly, as well as some members of our land use and transportation department. But they need some additional help to engage with Clean Water Services to help us move forward. So I asked recently that in this proposed budget that we consider bringing on at least one additional resource to help pull this together and better engage with our community, to help us prioritize what more we can do. As I know you know, Dale, we had a really good session together, a joint agency assessment in August of 2021 to summarize what the 2 agencies are doing. In line with that, we're proceeding full steam ahead in being part of the state climate adaptation framework. So we know we have work there. We're also following through on the HB 2001, the middle housing requirements. So we are making some progress, just like with that version of MISTIP 2328 that I mentioned. We are looking at, that includes desired outcomes of more sustainability, but more connectivity as well, because it isn't all about fossil fuel based cars, right? So I'm definitely with you as I drive my own electric car. But we do have more to do. We have already in 2019, the board signed on to the what's it called? The construction air emission standards. So making sure that in our own capital projects that we are implementing using non-fossil fuel greenhouse gas emitting equipment as much as possible. But we have more to do, much more to do, especially given the urgency of all of this. And I believe we already, during my first term, have diversified the investment pool that the county uses for its short-term investments to no longer invest in companies that manufacture or provide fossil fuels. It's a start. It's not as far along as it should be because of the urgency. We need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delfique. Next question came in from Pedro.
Hello, I just want to first say I welcome the proposed leadership on the climate action that you've talked about, Chair Harrington. I would just like to suggest that the board dream big and punch hard. Because like you said, the IPCC, well, there's a lot of urgency around this. The IPCC has repeatedly made it clear that bold transformative actions must be taken to avert the worst of what's to come. And we know that climate catastrophe will come. And when it does, I hope that the board can step up in providing safety and cooling centers and shelters, more importantly, housing to people in this county. The decisions that the board makes will be some people's only security in the future. It could be the difference between safety and despair. And I worry about the price tag about climate adaptations and climate repair in the future. You have mentioned repeatedly that there's a lot of things that are out of your hand in terms of state policy and federal policy, and there has been good state policy that's come down because of the voters who have helped pass this policy and lobbied for it, like the Oregon Clean Energy Opportunity Campaign. So I just want to suggest a couple quick good climate policies. We know that we need to reallocate our resources, and before the issue comes of money, I hope that the board can reallocate money from jails, prisons, police, and prosecution to invest in the social goods that we need. We know that defunding the police is good climate policy and it must happen. And if not, I have one more climate policy that could happen. We know we have been here before. We have talked about why defunding the police is good for the community and for climate policy. And if that's something that the board can't find themselves doing, then it would be best for you to step down. Catherine Harrington, you're not doing anybody any favors by being in office, by being the board chair at large. It would be good for you to retire, for Pam Treece, Mr. Willey, and Roy Rogers to all step down and not run for re-election. You honestly get in the way of progress with your white supremacist smile. It's white supremacy with a smile, or gentle white supremacy. Catherine Harrington, you are so old. I just need you to retire and do what old people do when they retire, and just happily kick the bucket, please. You are in the way of some of the things, but we talked to you before about this.
Daniel, I did not hear a question in there.
I did not either. I took good notes on it, but I did not hear one. So we are going to move on to Rachel Schultz.
Hi, I apologize. It took me a minute to unmute. Thank you so much for having this time with us and for hearing from the community about their questions. And thank you for telling us what your priorities are. And I just had a follow-up question to permanent supportive housing, as well as probably other priorities in the budget. But I was just curious, what is the board's investments going to be in upstream prevention of these downstream impacts of many of the things that we see going on in our community, such as homelessness or incarceration or those sorts of high rates of violence and abuse. So just curious what the board's investment is going to be in the upstream prevention of those things. Thank you.
You're muted, Chair.
I hope I'm catching all the aspects of your question, Rachel. I fear I may not. So please do help me. So on the supportive housing services, as well as affordable housing, we've tried to ensure that we are implementing using a low barrier, okay? So people who may have bad credit history, people who may be just released from any form of community corrections or incarceration, they're humans too, right? They need help. That's what low barrier is all about. So I'm very committed to continuing to support our team in investing and providing the permanent affordable housing and supportive housing services using that low barrier technique. In addition, we have been working to continue to invest in preventive measures, right? For example, to help our at-risk youth who are still in school, provide funding for programs to help engage them and mentor them so that they get the support they deserve as young people, right? In addition, community corrections. I never would have thought when I ran in 2018, I have learned a lot more about community corrections and how vital it is to provide folks with the opportunity of the skill development and the support that they need with reasonable supervision to help them become the thriving community members that they want to be. In doing those things, it looks like we are investing more in public safety, right? But that's because community corrections and juvenile justice to help at-risk youth are part of that public safety budget. I do believe that we need to do more with social justice reform myself as one of 5. I know that there are some commissioners who don't support this move, just like I know I have at least 2 commissioners who refuse to invest in reducing climate change and in climate adaptation because it doesn't fit their philosophies and positions. But I continue to strive and find those opportunities to push up against that. And I do it in other ways outside of being a chair to help other elected officials, for example, who share my values get elected in order to reach the outcomes that I thought I heard in your question. Did I leave part of your question out? Because I did not intend to.
No, I don't think so. And thank you so much for answering it. I appreciate it.
Thank you for asking. Oops, I have this little blue thing. It's time to join your second breakout room.
Yeah, I was about to announce that. Thank you, Chair. It is time to go ahead and switch to a different breakout room if you're ready to. Thank you for your questions, and I will be following up on anything that need to be followed up. Thank you.
Do we all go back to the main room or just to our second breakout?
We stay here and then they will, yeah.
Okay.
Then the new group will come in.
Yeah, if we value sustainability and stewardship, then we have to prioritize climate change. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yep. Am I speaking slowly enough for the interpretation?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
You are, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hi there, Mr. Johnson. Hi there, Ms. Partel.
Hello.
I don't have a very popular breakout room.
Well, I think people are still trying to figure out if they're going to the main room first or where they're going. So
got it. Well, it just means we get more time together.
Right. Yep. I started my Zoom meetings at 3 o'clock this afternoon with my grandson because we read via Zoom. So he's 4.
Oh, that's neat.
It's really neat.
Yep. That's fun.
Yeah.
Being a grandparent is really a special experience, I think.
There's just no way to explain it, is there?
I am not a parent, nor am I a grandparent, but I can say when my nieces and nephews were born, it was transformational.
Yeah.
You know,
your
one
whole
day
world.
they don't exist and the next day they show up and I love them to death.
Yeah. And I just keep looking at them going, wow. It's fun to watch their brains grow.
My great-grandparent, my great-grandkids now.
Oh, very good, Mr. Johnson. That's terrific. That's great.
We can get started for the next session in a couple minutes. Wait for more people to get situated.
Did you enjoy your prior breakout sessions?
We did.
I did as well. It was a subject of homelessness, and I would like to have had more questions about how do we know who is homeless and how many, who we're really trying to serve with the homeless stuff.
Ms. Torres?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yes, my name is Daniel Nava, and I am the facilitator and note taker for session 2 of our town hall. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And if you have any questions, we're going to start with just a brief statement from the chair, and from there, we will take your questions. Thank you.
Well, so breakout participants, thanks for being here. In our first breakout group, I found the capture of the earlier slide presentation from Ms. Angie providing the budget guidance, and went over that real briefly because I needed to go over it again. But unless you want it, I'll just put that to the side. And so I thought I would just share some of my individual interests in seeing our next proposed budget, or going from proposed budget to final budget. Ms. Angie's already doing great work with her staff, all 2,300 of them, to develop this next proposed budget and use that equity tool, that first time ever budget equity tool, as we discussed. I know it will include the voter approved funding for expanding the amount of permanent affordable housing that is here in Washington County. We have, in this last year, completed 2 new affordable housing complexes with that funding from the bond measure. And we have 9 more in the pipeline for construction and completion by the summer of 2023, which is really, really amazing. And that will help us reach the goal of having over 800 new homes for community members. And then the supportive housing services. Mr. Johnson, you mentioned homelessness, and those services are vital for getting folks who have been chronically homeless, who need specialized services, whether it's for mental health needs or addiction services, or just reconnecting with community, to get them into temporary housing and then into permanent affordable housing with the support they need in order to be successful in thriving here in our community. So I know that's going to happen. What I do hope to see, as one member of 5, and I'm speaking just for myself, not representing the whole board, which is my normal day job, I would like to see that this proposed budget include a facilities planning resource to help ensure that the county is planning for a new courthouse. We know that given the number of cases that are filed with the district attorney, that we need more judges. But the state legislature told the county about 4 years ago, you don't get any more judges because you don't have the courtrooms for them to do their jobs. So we are having an impact on people who have been hurt by crime, or people who have been accused of crime. We're delaying them getting their justice, right? Remember, innocent until proven guilty. But if it takes us a long time to get that court case because we don't have a number of courtrooms and judges, it takes longer. That's not acceptable. It doesn't support our justice system. So that's one. The other is climate change. You know, time is a wasting, and the impacts of climate change are with us, and we're seeing greater and greater impacts. So for example, with the heat dome last summer, holy smokes, we learned from that heat dome, as well as 2 subsequent heat waves, that we have to ensure all of our under construction affordable housing solutions have to include air conditioning. But we also learned across our state that when these major heat events occur, we cannot expect folks, especially our vulnerable folks who maybe travel for dialysis or other critical health services, we cannot expect them to be able to get up out of their homes and go to a cooling center. We need to, as a state, and that includes us as a county health provider, we need to figure out how to support those individuals with services right in their homes. So, climate change, we got to figure that one out. It affects our we have great staff in our sustainability department and land use and transportation, but we need an additional person to help figure this out and make proposals to the board for future policies as well as investments. So I'll leave it at that to keep it brief, because your area of interest is very important, not only to me, but to our staff. And so I'll turn it back over to Daniel. And if we can start, I know Mr. Johnson already had something he wanted to ask about, and our other guests may have other questions too.
Excellent, thank you, Chair. And if you will notice at the bottom of your screen, there's a reactions button, and then there's the ability to raise your hand. If anybody in the public wishes to ask the chair a question, go ahead and raise your hand and we'll be happy to take you in order. Mr. Johnson, you have another question to ask the chair? Go ahead.
Or I can repeat the one you articulated earlier if you'd like.
No, that's all right. There was another room we were talking about the homeless and stuff, but actually this was another question. Are we building affordable housing for the people who are here now that we serve, or are we just going to have people move in from other places to take that affordable housing away from the people who live here?
That's a good question, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for asking it. We already knew back when I was a Metro councilor and we were developing this, we already knew we had a shortage of permanent affordable housing. And so despite the crisis, our housing crisis really exacerbated by the COVID pandemic and the economic impact of that, and a lot more people losing their jobs or their employment being disrupted or not being able to go to work because schools weren't in session. And so they had to stay home and take care of their kids. And without the income, they lost their apartments. Anyway, we already knew we had a shortage. People who were living multiple families to a single apartment or a single house, multiple generations, as well as people who were living in their cars. So, so I have great confidence that we already had a shortage, and hence that's why in 2018, we proposed the bond measure. Unfortunately, as I can tell from your question, you understand that the economic crisis really created, or that has resulted from COVID-19, has made the situation worse. And that's where the emergency rental assistance provided through the federal government and the state and distributed to us at the county level to implement has been really vital. So thank you very much. I hope that I've sufficiently answered your question, that we have need now for the people who already are trying to reside here versus, if I could summarize it, attracting others to move here.
Thank you so much for your question, Mr. Johnson. Our next question comes from Ms. Ellen Partel.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
So my question, and I don't know if you've talked to Jim yet or not tonight, but is there any portion of the, Jim Long, is there any portion of the budget that you're planning on setting aside to deal with the LUBA issue and the habitat assessment?
So I haven't had a chance to read the whole letter. I just made sure that as it came in, I forwarded it to our staff. And honestly, I've only made it halfway through the letter, not even the full letter. But we do have to satisfy the remand, absolutely. So that is something we have to actually do. As far as investing in additional efforts, I don't know where we stand on that. I do recall that when staff came to us with the work plan a year ago, that due to the deadlines for middle housing, that caused other things to fall below the line of available resources. I don't know how things are framing up moving ahead. I think our staff is trying really hard to meet that obligation. But I sit here now in March, not knowing if we have another work plan coming forward or not. I've lost that on my radar screen, and I'll have to follow up and learn more.
Because, you know, you and I talked about our grandkids, and there's something about a child being able to run around outside and climb in the trees and, you know, get the grass in their clothes, and we don't want to lose that for them.
Yes, yes, I understand, which is one reason why, you know, we wear two hats. We're the Board of Commissioners of Washington County and the Board of Directors with Clean Water Services. We continue to invest in the Tree for All program so that there are better shade opportunities. We continue to do work with Friends of Trees, so there are more street trees in people's neighborhoods. We continue to partner with THPRD as they have more parks that they're trying to green up, as well as Washington County and our transportation projects. We are planting more and more street trees in the public right of way in order to ensure that we have more shade, more carbon sequestration, and just pleasant communities all around. So I will need to follow up. I know Daniel's taking great notes, so we will need to follow up on the letter.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your question. We really appreciate it. Insightful and lots going on there. So do we have any other questions from the floor? Does not appear to have any.
I have one question, but
Sure,
it's not
Hemi.
a question. Actually, it's not a question. It's a complaint.
Okay.
This is the weirdest question Chair Harrington has heard, I believe. Chair Harrington, this is Hemi Periani, and thank you so much for giving us opportunity to listen and learn. This is a community for all, and I love everything I hear. My comment is that why Washington County doesn't have a trendy mall. Like when you go to other states, the first thing you do, you go check out the mall. We have very outdated mall here. I know this is probably not part of our agenda, but I just want to throw it out there. Maybe in the future we will have better mall. Washington Square Mall is outdated. It's pretty old, and we deserve to have a trendy, luxurious looks mall. That's all I needed to say tonight. Thank you.
I'm glad you've passed that on, Hemi. I'm sorry, I must say I'm not much of a big shopper myself.
Me too, Chair Harrington. It's just, it's like window shopping for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And it's kind of interesting for me to hear your feedback on Washington Square Mall, because it seems like that was remodeled and Ellen just contributed Bridgeport. It seems like they were just built not too long ago, but that just goes to show how I don't spend any time there, you know, but I do remember that the Sears Roebuck store at Washington Square is now vacant. So that's not a good sign either. But I kind of wonder with COVID and a lot of people shifting towards purchasing online, we're seeing a lot of trends to move away from what they call bricks and mortar store. stores. So I don't know what is going to happen in the whole retail commercial forum for things like that. But
you're right.
You know, it also causes me to think about how part of what we do as communities is we try to develop interesting downtowns. So for example, just last night, I had the opportunity to go to a concert at the new Pat Reeser Center for the Arts in Beaverton. And wow, downtown Beaverton sure has changed a lot. There are new restaurants, there's this new art center, there's a new art gallery, just wow. And in some way, my eyes are really opened. It's the first time I've been with a whole crowd of people since the end of 2019, right, with COVID. So I'll have to get out and about more and see if there are more resources available that I've just found have fallen out of step with because I haven't been out and about the last 2 years like I used to be. So, but thanks for your input, Hemi. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for listening.
Absolutely. So we've got 2 minutes left. If there's any, we could probably entertain one more question. If anybody has anything else to say. Otherwise, Chair Harrington, if you want to just give some closing remarks.
Well, I really thank everyone for joining us tonight. I wonder if you have any thoughts for us about our first ever use with the equity tool. This is a whole new space for us. And, you know, it's a journey. I'm pleased that we're on it. But I don't know if we did a good enough job to help explain what it is we're trying to do and how we might learn from it.
Next year, this time we'll know more about this equity tool, and then we can definitely tweak it. And it sounds wonderful and promising. We need to apply in order to learn lessons from.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes. Mr. Summerfield, did you have a question?
I wanted to hear more about the equity tool too, so I was just trying to see who had any information on it. If you was to describe it in two sentences, what would you say?
Well, Daniel, you may know this. Will the town hall slides be available after this meeting?
Yes, I know that we have done that for previous town halls, so we expect to have the presentations up there, and so you'll be able to look at all that. I also know that there, I should say, I'm pretty certain that there is a section on the budget equity tool on the county's website, and more details on it can be brought there. So,
and what funding is going specifically for foundational Black Americans? Just specifically for Black people, not for no spread out. What funding is going directly to one that's built this whole entire thing?
I'm glad you asked that question, and Daniel, please capture it.
Yes.
We just had a work session on Tuesday of this week, just 2 days ago, where we were talking about our reimagining public safety efforts, and also
Good evening. We're just waiting another minute or so as folks come into this space. We know there's still some tech issues, and so we're just giving some grace for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. My name is Marcus Ford. I'll be the facilitator / note taker for this space. I'm a program coordinator with the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement, and I use he and him pronouns. It's my pleasure to be here supporting Commissioner Willey, who's your District 5 commissioner, and you all as we're going through this meeting tonight. Commissioner Willey will start out with some time to talk about his budget priorities. And then the rest of the time will be dedicated to questions and comments from you all. And if there are any questions that come up that, for whatever reason cannot be addressed in this space, we'll take them down and we'll investigate them for answers for you. And we can, we'll put those in our space online, or we can send them out to you individually if you would like that as well. So just a heads up, I know there's only a few people in this space right now, but just to be consistent, we're going to try to get a diverse array of voices and questions. So if a person has already had a question asked and answered, they can put further questions into the chat to be addressed later, while other voices are being invited to this space, or other questions are being invited to this space. So with that being said, you can use the chat, you can use the your microphone to introduce yourself, to ask your question after Commissioner Willey has a chance to introduce himself and his budget priorities. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Marcus. And by the way, it's District 4. We're in chat room 5, but it's in District 4.
My apologies.
And so, yeah, I'd be interested to know of the folks that have joined us, if they live in District 4 or whatever district it is. But for right now, I think, thank you for joining us tonight. This is budget season is always a really busy and difficult time for our staff, and certainly for the commission. The priorities are becoming more and more important because we are finding that the COVID and the pandemic has significantly reduced our availability of some resources. Certainly our revenues are down considerably. And so it's a little bit like spreading peanut butter. We're trying to continue to provide the services with just less dollars. So I'd love to have that conversation with you as well. You all know that District 4 is the westernmost part of Washington County. I have all of the rural and the forested areas out there. I have the rural communities of certainly Gaston, Banks, and North Plains, smaller communities like Forest Grove and Cornelius, and then about half of Hillsborough. For me, an important aspect of the budget is going to be on public safety. We certainly have seen and seen the impact of what reducing public safety revenues and budgets does to some of our neighboring communities. We want to learn from those. And we also want to make sure that our Sheriff's Department is hearing the equity issues and certainly the racial issues that have been had bad results. And so I think our sheriff is doing a great job of trying to react and respond to those. And so I'll be glad to answer any questions you have about that. One of the other things that the pandemic has really emphasized is that we need a good, strong, fast internet. Obviously, the kids need it for school. We need it for work. And during the last 2 years, we've spent a lot of time home on the internet, on Zoom meetings. And so if you don't have a good internet connection, you're not going to be able to do that. And so bringing the kids in and finding an internet kind of hotspot is the only way they get their work done. So we're working on that in the rural areas. I'm working with Tillamook County, Clatsop County, and Columbia County to do that as well. And so kind of stay tuned, I guess, for that. We are going to be applying for both federal and state dollars to get that done. Other than that, this is a 20-minute breakout. Marcus, I'm assuming you're going to keep the clock up and let us know how we're doing. But I'd just as soon go into Q&A right now. So what's on your mind?
Go ahead, Josie.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Commissioner Willey. I'm in your district. I'm a small forestland owner, and I spent a lot of time listening to the Board of Forestry meetings, which was all day today. And, you know, there's the HCP, and I think I talked to you about that. But for me, you know, there's been a lot of talk about climate, and people just, you know, they don't really have kind of a clear, concrete thing that they want to do about climate. And so I'm proposing that what we really need is a climate task force that does include all the DEI communities that are affected, really impacted by, historically have been impacted by the fact that there aren't trees in their neighborhoods, so that you have this heat island effect. And there's so much that the commissioners can do to promote real action on climate. So the trees are our easiest method of cleaning the air, protecting our drinking water for the future. You know, they provide so many ecological service, you know, wildlife, the soils, all that stuff. And so what the commissioners can do is to make it a policy to protect the environment, the trees. And this would be, since the HCP is going to cover the state forest, and we have the private forest accord covering the public forests. What we really need is our public lands in Washington County, including the urban areas, to have our mature trees, which do a lot of the cleaning and work of protecting the environment, you know, and reducing the heat that's coming our way. If we can just preserve our trees, it's really it doesn't require a lot of budget, but it does require one person who's a staff member who can work with community members. And there are a lot of community members who are ready to jump in and sign up. I'm with a group that is eager to help with some ideas of how this could be implemented, ways to increase the buffers, just many little things that we have thought about and have been studying for a long time. I've been studying forestry issues for quite a while now. And there are really concrete things that can be started right away. And they need to be started right away because we can't wait on the climate. We're really affected by the droughts and the wildfires, and we will not be immune from that. So I do think it's important that we, you know, help the electric vehicle grid, you know, get that started in Washington County, make sure that there are enough, you know, really support that. But most importantly, I think if we don't save our trees, which are doing most of the work on reducing the heat, we do need it. There are, right now, if you go into unincorporated areas, the developers will completely mow down all the trees, take off all the great topsoil, and then plant their houses, you know, and so on. But people really want to buy houses that have trees. And yet it's economically great for them to do it, but it's at our cost, because we're losing those trees that are sequestering carbon, that are providing future water, et cetera. We have to preserve our trees so that we are protected. I'm sorry to ramble on so long, but I would love to hear your views about that and what you do, if it's a priority for you, and what you'd like to do about it.
Well, there was definitely a lot. So let me start with, as you know, we're the Forest Management Plan, State Forest Management Plan, and the Habitat Conservation Plan going hand in hand. The Council of Forest Trust Lands that I sit on, that board, we are trying to find a happy spot in there. But in that whole process, I reached out to Hampton Lumber a couple of weeks ago, and I said, I do not understand carbon sequestration in trees. And so it's an amazing thing how much carbon is absorbed by the trees. And I can't remember, so don't hold me specifically to that, but they said, for example, you have a 2x4, and the 2x4 weighs X amount of, a pound or whatever it is, 2 pounds or something like that. But something like 60% of that is carbon that it has absorbed into it and will forever stay there. And then we talked about the age of trees as they grow from young trees to maturity to then really old. And there is a declining curve in there of carbon that they absorb. Anyway, it was very, very interesting to me. And it helped me to understand also the importance of, working with Clean Water Services and Tree for All, having planted millions and millions of trees, specifically along stream beds to keep the water cool, because that's very important. Tualatin River is certainly a good example of what we've got to do with that and keep that stream cooler. And we use trees to do that. And then you move into the development lands that you're talking about, our habitat plan for how do we develop and build houses and at the same time not scrape the dirt, like you said, and cut down every tree. I can certainly relate to that. I used to have a little forest out behind my house, and now it's occupied by 5 houses. And I had to really kind of fight hard with the city of Hillsborough to save the trees that we did save. And so I completely get that. We've got to find a happy spot for that. We can do that. And I think you might hear more about this at the State of the County address, because we are going to be addressing our climate policies and perspectives, certainly where we want to go. But I'm more of a person that tries to find the middle ground, and that's where I'm going to be working on. But I certainly understand the importance of trees, carbon sequestration, keeping the streams cool, all of those things.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it's the very mature trees. If you put in a little nursery tree, it's going to take 20, 30 years to sequester carbon. So keep the ones that are there, especially the oldest ones. And so I appreciate that. I hope you'll keep that in mind. And I am not just an environmentalist. I try to find a middle road, because I do think we need a forest industry, and we definitely need forest products. And I'm there with you on that. We just need to figure out how to do it in the way that it doesn't hurt the future. So I'm sorry to.
I completely agree. That's all right. So anyone else?
Thank you. Any other questions in this space? See Felipe and Maggie.
I would second what Josie had to say about trees, and kind of tie it into a larger. I would really like to see the county prioritize climate planning in 2022, and I think there's definitely some easy ways that we can go about that, or easier ways that don't impact the budget. Tree protection plan for the county would definitely be one of those things. And I think that we could also maybe look at having like a county climate action task force similar to the city of Beaverton, or what Clackamas County did, so that they can start working on some things like that. And then maybe just trying to get creative with funding in the budget. There's some individual funds that I think could be used to fund a climate action plan or climate planning. If we just think about the fact that climate affects everything from housing to transportation to, other human services. And so just seeing climate planning become more of a county priority, it's, we're facing more heat, more wildfires, loss of our crops, things like that. And we need to have like a solid, cohesive plan to address these things. So I would really like to see that become a priority. And I think the tree thing is one of those low budget impact items that, the county could work on in the immediate sense. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, and I don't disagree with anything you said there. When we talk about how can we reduce carbon, and we don't talk about trees, then we start talking about our equipment and our machinery and our policies on the construction side of things and everything else. And I think you're going to see us having more of those conversations. Legislature came out with the diesel equipment ordinance or law, and I don't remember the specifics of it, but I do know that we supported that. But then when you start talking about that, the transition to things such as simply battery powered leaf blowers. They don't have, the current technology doesn't have them strong enough, but also the conversion to battery powered is expensive. So, but we need to start someplace. And I think we have talked about that recently. And you may see us saying, let's pick a 5-year runway on how we can transition as much of our equipment, lawn mowers and everything else, into a battery powered environment. And again, like I said, those are expensive and sometimes the technology is not there yet, but that's a focus that we have. So again, those are baby steps, and we'll have to continue to look and hear from our constituents. I interviewed with League of Conservation Voters about a month ago, and my communication to them was, I need to hear from them more because they know this stuff and I don't. And we won't ever be able to make a transition if I don't have communication with folks and organizations that do have ideas and know ways that we can begin to transition our ideas and our processes to do that. So that's kind of the reason why we're having this budget thing tonight, was we just need to hear what's your priorities and how do we best go about, beginning to bend the line a little bit and make some changes.
I think, yeah, that's great. And some of those like smaller things that you're talking about, if there was a county climate action task force, they could be doing some of that work and researching those things, and then also figuring out how that fits into the budget. I'm on the climate action task force in the city of Beaverton, and that is a lot of the work that we're doing. So I think that could work at the county level as well. And Clackamas County has a climate action task force that Washington County could look at to kind of as like a template. So just people that could be digging into that work for the county and coming up with like a more cohesive plan. But yeah, I think climate would be a great thing to prioritize.
Okay. And I don't know if we've had that conversations at the staff level, the department level. So I will certainly circle back around and do that. I'm hopeful that we have your contact information so that if I need to find out more about how Beaverton has got theirs structured, how they started it, how big it is, all that kinds of stuff. Like I said, we may already have some of this in place. I just don't know about it. But certainly if we don't, would love to hear more about how Beaverton's structured.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think you have a tree code in the unincorporated areas, and you commissioners are the government for that area. So, it would help in the planning. And I think if you have a task force, they can help you, craft something that everybody can agree to is a good compromise. So, get as many different voices in the room, not just environmentalists. I think I would agree. Be happy with the result.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Gaston, but I also I'm with the League of Women Voters on the action team, So I do their revenue. I report on their revenue issues and their forestry issues. And I'm yeah. So I'm in charge. I'm in contact with probably 5 or 6 organizations at least, local organizations. So if you need contacts, I can find you those.
Okay. Well, and you know how to reach me. Yes. So if you both of you, if you want to just shoot me an email and let me know how I can be in contact with you, that'd be great.
Terrific. We'll do that. Yeah, if you can also just talk to the other commissioners and let them know that you're also interested in, say, a task force. I mean, if you are, that would really be helpful to know, for them to know what your stand is on that.
Okay.
Great.
So Marcus, how much time do we have left?
Right. Sorry, I'm gonna mute you, Josie. There's some feedback. So we do have a little bit of extra time because they gave us some extra time because of the transition. A lot of folks, it took a while for the transition to happen. Y'all were on top of it though. And so we do have about 16 minutes or so. So we do still have a good amount of time. I do see that Jim just joined us. Welcome, Jim. We are, there's 3 of us in this space. I incorrectly noted Felipe. Felipe is the interpreter, the Spanish interpreter, in case there were any Spanish speakers in here. And so if anybody wanted to ask another question, Jim, we've been discussing tree code and forest management plans and possible task force and things like that. And I know it's something that you're passionate about. So maybe you wanted to add something?
Yes, I'd like to, Commissioner, I sent out an email earlier today with a letter from the Significant Natural Resources Committee. We met yesterday, and we're concerned about the budget. And in previous years, the commission is committed to doing something in this realm, but we don't really see anything in the budget to put on the staff enough to help with the rewrite of Ordinance 869 because of the remand, or help with any kind of tree code or even discussion about it. So we're interested in making sure that that's something that the commissioners consider and budget for. There needs to be something in the budget so that you're going to be covering that. This is an item that's obviously pretty germane. It's costing the county money with all the appeals because you don't have clear and objective standards. So we're hoping that we can move forward from that and protect some wildlife habitat at the same time and follow the state law. So we put the letter out. It was unanimously approved by the committee yesterday. And so that's why I'm here. I'll probably leave and go to another room, but I want to hear it from you that you got the letter and that you'll give it good consideration. Okay, well, this is something I live most of my life in rural Oregon, out by Banks and up in the Mountaindale, Pumpkin Ridge area. And I know there's a lot of natural resources to protect out there. And I'm hoping that the county puts a serious mind onto doing something and being a leader in it. The county can be a leader statewide by taking some good positive action. So that's where I'm coming from tonight.
Okay. Well, yeah, and just prior to you coming on, we were talking about the importance of a climate action task force, and certainly trees and all of those kinds of things. So yeah, you missed out some of the best part of the conversation, Jim, but I just received your email today. I have not had a chance to read it, but I will certainly do that. And I appreciate your input on that. And I know this is an important issue. So you're right.
Okay. I was at another meeting. I was hosting a meeting with the city of Tigard. They had a public hearing a week. I testified in front of you. It was.
Sorry, Jim, you're breaking up. You're
breaking up is easy for me. I'll take out my picture here.
The last we heard, you said you testified and then ...
Yeah, I testified last week about the city of Tiger had a public hearing, and 90 people were there, but the technology failed, and so we were all muted, and we need to get back into a system that works. So we're looking forward to continuing to have the Zoom capabilities so that people can do this remotely. But obviously, I have a bad internet connection, and hopefully, connections will be improved around the county, particularly for rural Washington County.
Well, you missed my opening spiel there, Jim. One of the things that I've been working with the other counties, and certainly regarding Western Washington County, is better rural broadband. So we have had a study done. We now are starting to find out what other internet service providers are available, what the costs are, how much money we need to get from the feds and the state. But yes, we're moving ahead on trying to get you better broadband.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and make the transition earlier and save some more time at the end. And so we're kind of talking about it on the side right now. So if there's any last questions for Commissioner Willey, feel free to send them off now, and it'll probably be the last one.
And just on another topic, I would love to hear what's going on with low-income housing. You know, what's being built. I know that there's been money been put in there, but I don't know where we are in the process of getting something low-income housing built, or just affordable housing of any kind, and especially if it's on a transportation route, that would be good.
Well, yeah, and that's always the focus is, you know, transportation development certainly is a focus. It's also very difficult to build affordable housing along the light rail routes. But yes, you know, the voters passed the initiative a couple of years ago to provide money for affordable housing. We have added, I think, over 800 units right now. Our goal was somewhere around a little over 1,000. And so we're pushing really hard to try and get those taken care of in the next 22-23 fiscal year. But yeah, that's in this particular environment, it is extremely difficult to build and to acquire housing that we can convert to an affordable housing, but we're working on that.
Yeah, trees are expensive.
All right.
Timber is expensive.
Well, thank you for that, Josie. It is time to switch now. So if you wanted to click on breakout rooms, you can send yourself to a different session, or you can go back to the main room and get support there as well. And as we're welcoming new folks into this space, I'm going to transition off of this room, and Megan's going to join and take my place, and I'm going to transition into her room. So thank you, and I will see you all later.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Hello, Megan.
Hello, Commissioner.
I see we have Dale Feek. Dale, you can't be asking me any hard questions. See a few other names that I noticed. Maria. So that's good. So we're going to, is this, we're sticking with 20 minutes on this one?
Yes, and I'm just giving space for people to join about a minute so that people can transition from their previous room into this one.
I see 9 people on this. Do you have more? I'm limited on the number of spaces there.
I see 12.
Okay.
I guess if you count you and I, then it's 10, but.
Well, I think we have an interpreter and obviously
a person
who's doing signing. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we could probably get started then. I know in the last breakout room I was in, people started asking questions just right off the bat, but I'm here to introduce Commissioner Willey, and he can kick us off unless we want to, your preference, if you want to speak to your budget priorities or if you want to just open up right away for Q&A, whatever your preference, Commissioner.
Well, I think I started off last time with a couple of preferences, but I think I'd rather just jump into the Q&A, especially since we have more people in this breakout. Also, so yeah, just ask if you could keep your questions just a little bit short, and then so we can ask, so everyone would have an opportunity. If we do, we have 20 minutes, which goes really, really quick if we have long questions. So Dale, I see your mic is off there. So do you want to start?
Sure. Commissioner Jerry Willey, District 4, my commissioner. I was in Catherine Harrington's, Chair Harrington's breakout room, and she said she had three priorities: housing, climate change, and county engagement, community engagement. And so I followed up with her question on climate change. And so in order to really reduce, to get a handle on climate change, we really got to reduce use of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas. So what is the county doing, and what are your values in addressing climate? I don't know if this is a tough question or not, addressing climate change. And Chair Harrington said to put more resources in doing that. So can you let me know what your values are and the actions that you are willing to take to address the seriousness of climate change?
Well, I think, Dale, it would have been good for you to sit in on the previous one as well, because climate change was specifically consumed most of the time. It was about tree ordinances. It was about carbon sequestration in forests, and just a variety of things that we as a county should be considering on doing a better job on our climate. Evidently, and I don't know if the county has thought about this and started on this, Megan may know more about this than I do. It was suggested the Climate Action Task Force, which the city of Beaverton has this. And they were asking if the county would initiate a task force to study these issues and how we can do a better job of climate issues. Things like battery powered air blowers, leaf blowers. How can we do a better job of emitting, diesel from our heavy equipment, and what can we, because legislature passed legislation this last year that has put some new requirements on diesel equipment. So there's a variety of things we could do, and I think, quite frankly, if we hadn't spent the last 2 years in the pandemic, I think we might be leaning more in that direction than what we are right now. But certainly, I think this is going to be a top of mind topic, certainly over the next year. Obviously, not in this budget season, but certainly I think we can start doing some planning on how we can do a better job.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
It looks like there's a question for you to describe some of your values and priorities for the budget from I'm locating her name, Nasia, if you could.
Okay. Well, for me, certainly public safety has been a hot topic for the last couple of years. We continue to work, and the sheriff continues to work with a variety of communities of color to improve their service But at the same time, we know that we cannot reduce the funding for our public safety because it's very, very important, as certainly we only have to look to the east to see the impact of what defunding public safety looks like. But at the same time, we also know that the Sheriff's Department is very responsive to changing how they deal with certain aspects of our criminal sector, whether it be homeless or whether it be mentally ill, or the really bad guys. So that's a priority to me, that we make sure that we continue to improve and do our training, and at the same time provide the funding that they need to protect our community. The other thing is, I've been working with Tillamook County, Clatsop County, and Columbia County to provide rural broadband. If you know, District 4 is a huge geographic footprint in the county, most of which is rural. So I have the smaller communities of Gaston, Banks, North Plains, and then a number of unincorporated little communities out in the rural areas. And it's really important, as the pandemic has pointed out, that we have better broadband in those areas. And so that's what we're focused on. We've already commissioned and received a study on how do we get to the middle mile and the last mile. And we are working with the city of Hillsborough and others to take the next step. And quite frankly, it's to be ready when the federal government and the state government have committed to a lot of money for rural broadband, and we just want to be there ready when that becomes available. So those are two things that I've been working on. Of course, the things that consume a good portion of our daily environment is homelessness, affordable housing, the shelter housing money that the voters approved last year. We certainly have to utilize that. So those things consume a great deal of our daily work life. There's a number of other things, but I do want to stop there and see if there's any questions from that.
There was a follow-up question about specific projects for the homeless in Hillsborough, if you would mention a couple of those.
Well, obviously we've had the bridge shelter housing project that is Central Cultural has taken over in Forest Grove and doing a great job. We have the Econo Lodge in Hillsborough that has taken a lot of our time because that's been problematic, and I'm hoping that we're moving ahead on getting some resolution there, working with the businesses in that neighborhood and making that a better investment. The Aloha Inn is also being converted to both short-term housing and some interim, I guess, some bridge housing for, usually we're trying to bring folks in off the street and provide them with shelter and opportunity to deal with either some of their mental health issues or some of their addictions, and then try and move them into the next level of a little bit longer term housing. So those are probably 2 or 3 of the projects that I'm most familiar with.
Okay, I see a comment, but before I read that, I'm just going to go to Amy Johnson because she has her hand up.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. I would like to know your position on climate change. I know that the county does not have a climate action plan. And at this point in history, we really need to have a plan for how we're going to be addressing the climate crisis to ensure that all the members of our community have the resources that they need in tough times, since we're expecting there to be droughts and increased wildfires, reduced stream flows. So having a plan for the county will be critical. And one thing I know that is that has been done in other counties and cities in the county is to create a climate action task force. That's something I believe that the county should be doing by this summer, and give a stipend to members and ensure that members that are of, I guess you can say, using the, what are they called? Like the social justice communities. I remember there's some term that they have now, that's specifically related to environmental justice communities. Having those members of those communities serve on this board to advise the Board of Commissioners for how to address the climate crisis. I'm curious your thoughts on climate action, getting a climate action plan, and having a task force. Thank you.
Well, Amy, I just had this conversation a few minutes ago in my first breakout. That was the topic of most of the session was a climate action task force, similar to what the city of Beaverton has. I couldn't address that if we have had those conversations at the staff level, but certainly I think that's going to be an important next steps. As soon as we get through this budget cycle, then we'll sit down and have a conversation about that, because we know that the pandemic has modified some of the priorities that I think the commission wanted to take on and address a couple of years ago, but just simply haven't had the capacity to do that. We have tree ordinances, we have habitat ordinances that we're dealing with right now, and so there's a lot of stuff that's I guess backlogged, and I believe we're going to start dealing with that as soon as we get through this budget season and move into the fiscal year 22-23. So what I've encouraged others is to please reach out, email me, so that I have your information, because there's been 4 people, I think, that have said we'd really be interested in that. I don't know what district you live, not that that makes any difference, but I always like to know what district folks I'm talking to are. But yeah, all I can say is I've got a lot of information here, and we'll start down that road having those conversations with our community.
But you would support any sort of plan that comes forward when it does. It's a matter of timing to you. And does it need to be budgeted for? And is it already being budgeted for in the current budget that's being proposed?
I would say, well, I don't even know when you say, is it being budgeted for? I don't even know what that is. I would say probably no. You asked me if I would support what recommendations come forward. We would find ways to implement them, but at the same time, sometimes those cost a lot of money. And right now, we don't have a lot of money. We are going to be making some cuts in our budget session because the pandemic has had a pretty significant impact on our revenues. So we'll work through this over the next couple of years, but certainly I think you have to have the conversation before you can start the motion. And that's where we need to be.
I just want to read this comment from Narsa Dahlia, who was, I think, in the last meeting with Commissioner Treece with me. Washington County faces significant barriers in accessing affordable, affordable quality preschool programming. This is a lack of access places a burden on families who must navigate the high cost of preschool and childcare and the rising cost of living in our community. Sorry, I'll slow down there. And then there was a new question, and then I'll go to Rachel. Are there any ideas to funding, supporting immigration services for low-income immigrants, refugees, asylees?
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
Asylum seekers.
Oh, okay. Wow, those are 2 pretty big subjects you tossed out there. So childcare, preschool, all of those things are really important and expensive. And I believe for either of those, to be implemented or programs to be started is going to have to start at the state. The Preschool for All initiative that has been discussed now for several months has, initially I heard it was $100 million a year. Obviously, we don't have that kind of money. And I don't think we can ask the voters to support that at this point in time, just because we're all trying to deal with $5 gas and inflation that's gone a little crazy on us. So housing and everything else. So, but those things are very important. And I think we're going to continue to have conversations with our state legislators on how we can get the state to provide some funding to implement those programs.
And that last question, I'm sorry, was from Nasia about the immigration services.
Yeah, the immigration services, that would probably fall under state and federal. That is not something that we deal with as a department right now. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to give you an answer or address that because I just don't know.
I'm going to move over. Oh, somebody dropped their hand. I thought I saw Rachel with her hand up. Rachel might have left then. So I think it's Maria.
Yes, thank you so much. So Commissioner, I would like to know if you would support extending the max to Forest Grove. As you know, there were plans to improve the roads, TB Highway all the way from Hillsborough to Forest Grove. And the money that funding didn't come through. It was not voted in, but they're still proceeding with some work. But for me, for the past at least 7 years, have been promoting and trying to talk to people about extending the max, and it just doesn't seem to go anywhere. Is this something that you would help us with in terms of promoting that in the next few years?
Well, that would be a very hard conversation to have because, as you know, the Southwest Corridor light rail that went from Portland out to Bridgeport obviously lost their funding as well. So I think that would be a hard conversation. But I can tell you what, to me, is kind of a gap is the Council Creek Trail. That has really a lot of opportunities to not only provide a walking trail and a biking trail, but also the right-of-way is wide enough that we could put some sort of bus transit on that and provide much better transit facilities from Forest Grove through Cornelius, ending up at the MAX station where they could hook up with the train there. So I think from my standpoint, I try and deal with what I can feasibly accomplish versus what I think is a really, really big haul. And getting light rail to extend to Forest Grove would be.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of it, but just I'm just advocating for it because it's an equity issue. I think people who are low income and who count on transit, public transit, would benefit from safety in terms of having the light rail in place. Thank you.
So Maria, who would you envision starting that conversation? Because quite frankly, I haven't heard any of that conversation since Forest Grove mayor before Truax was.
Actually, Mayor Truax and I have had many conversations about this, and he's very disappointed that it hasn't gone anywhere. So that's where we would start, I would say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'd love to join in on those conversations if you want to have those. Again, I think probably the Council Creek Trail would be a higher priority and certainly much less expensive. I mean, even at that, I think they're talking, I don't know, $40 or $50 million for that project. And that's a big number. But anyway, yeah, I'm always willing to entertain any kind of conversation you want to have about that.
Thank you.
It looks like there was a comment from Nasia about Cornelius and Forest Grove are communities that are pretty vulnerable and would benefit from the max being extended. I think we're about to wrap up and go back to the main room. So
Okay, good evening, everybody. Wait a couple minutes as folks are transitioning into this space. I know kind of the tech sometimes when you're transitioning and moving spaces, things can get a little wonky. So I'll just go ahead and wait a minute or so while folks are transitioning. Hello, Commissioner Treece.
Hi, Marcus. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. We had a good group last time. Who were you with?
I was with Commissioner Willey.
Did he, how many people did he have?
Oh, we had 3 or 4. Not a huge amount, but lots of robust conversation.
Good. So did we. It was great.
Good.
I just really enjoy doing this. So.
Okay, about another 30 seconds or so. I made the snafu, Commissioner Treece, of saying the wrong commissioner district for Commissioner Willey, because I was looking at the room number. It said 5. We didn't have a district 5. But I said it anyway, because I was just looking at the room number on the slide, you know.
He's going to start worrying, especially in relationship to redistricting. Hi, Josie.
Hi there, Pam.
It's nice to see faces.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get started. Looks like most folks are here that are probably going to be here at this point. My name is Marcus Ford. I am a program coordinator with the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement here at Washington County. I use he and him pronouns, and I will be the facilitator / note taker for this session tonight. I'm thrilled to be here to support Commissioner Pam Treece, who is the commissioner of, and make sure I get this right, District 2, which is kind of that North Beaverton, Eastern Beaverton area.
Bethany, Raleigh Hills, part of Garden Home, all the way out to Jackson School Road and down through Walker Road. And the most unincorporated, highest percentage of unincorporated, urban unincorporated Washington County.
Well, I'm very glad that you know it better than I do.
It's my job.
So kind of just a couple ground things I want to talk about before we get started is Commissioner Treece will have a few minutes to talk about her budget priorities, but the rest of the time and the majority of the time will be dedicated to your questions, comments, bringing your voice into the room. If there are any questions that for whatever reason cannot be addressed in this space, like we just don't have the answer, we'll investigate them. We're going to take them down. I'll be taking notes, and then we will investigate those and make sure that information gets dispersed. Also, in terms of bringing people's voices into the room, we want to make sure that we make space for everybody. We want to get a diverse array of voices and questions. So if a person has already had a question asked / answered, they can put further questions into the chat, and we'll try to address them as time goes on. There's only 3 of us here right now, or 3 participants here right now. So I don't assume that will be an issue, but if it does become an issue, just expect I'll kind of just jump in here and there if needed. So with that, like I said, it's my pleasure to introduce Commissioner Treece to bring herself in.
Well, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And, what I like to do is get right into questions. I figure that's why you're here, not necessarily to hear me, but I can tell you that my priorities are quickly recovery from the pandemic for our communities, for our businesses, for, we're going to be moving from a pandemic through to an endemic, but I think we need to keep our eyes focused on our health related issues and make sure that we're as a community, that we have the opportunity to continue to stay healthy. Number two, houselessness, homelessness, all through affordable housing are key priorities to me. And the last one, as far as priorities, is kind of a big bucket. It includes a lot of different things, but childcare, transportation, all sorts of things. But the overarching umbrella for me is making sure that we are leading with equity, that we're staying true to what our equity resolution has informed us. And I'm going to stop there and say, let's talk. And Josie, you have your camera on.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. I'd love to talk to you if that's okay.
Sure, great.
All right. I did want to just.
Maybe I should talk to your dog too. So, or your dog can talk to my dog.
I have 3 Great Pyrenees. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I live, in a rural area in Gaston, and yeah, we have some goats and chickens and all kinds of things. One of the things I wanted to talk about, you mentioned that you cover a lot of unincorporated Washington County, and of course the commissioners is the government body for that. But one of the things that we're concerned about is a lot of people that we know. I'm with the league, but I also am in other groups as well. Is the fact that when housing is built, which we need, every tree is taken out of, the entire forest is leveled, the soil is scraped off, and it would be so easy to leave. There is good examples of people who leave trees, enough trees so that it provides cooling. Speaking of equity, it's one of the things that reduces those heat islands is to have trees. And if you preserve the mature trees, you're taking. It's the easiest way to increase, protect, fight air pollution, and keep the area cool. Preserve future drinking water. Keep the soils good. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to just preserve the trees. It's sort of low-hanging fruit. But there's nothing there to protect those trees. And there are really good examples of developers who do the right thing and in terms of trying to preserve as much as possible those mature trees that are doing a lot of work in reducing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and protecting our soils and water and so on. So it's a really important thing, I think, because there's only 5 of you deciding what goes on in unincorporated area for those. And I think that we need some sort of a task force of people who will work with the staff. Wouldn't take a lot of budget, but would work on how to create a good climate program. And trees, I think, are the easiest one of those things. But we need a task force that has representation from all the.
Josie, are you part of Tree Keepers?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna. Over the past few years, I've learned a great deal, and I've met with Fran Warren. I've met with many people to understand, and to work through how can Washington County make sure that we are doing the best we can do in relationship to maintaining our tree population. But I'm going to put a caveat in there that when it's appropriate. In other words, if we need to put in a road for congestion issues or whatever, what are we doing there? I worked on Kenny Terrace, which is in my district, and we're most likely going to be removing trees there. There were trees that were planted by a developer that the arborist has told us these trees are not going to be successful here. So we're trying to deal with all of these different issues, and but I think one of the most important things I've learned recently from the tree keepers was the inventory work that the tree keepers are doing on street side trees, if I can use that terminology.
Yeah.
I'm working with our LUT department right now to say, these people are out there volunteering their time to do this. And we're worried about, our how many staff people we have and all this. There's got to be a place where we come together, and there's got to be a place where we recognize that this is a volunteer group, and we can benefit from the work that they're doing, the passion that they have. So I want you to know that my eyes and ears are open, and I'm trying to learn and say, how can we best maintain our tree population? How can we best work with our volunteers and our people with well-informed information about our how to maintain trees and how to live within a built environment with the trees that we have, and to keep those trees. So I'm working on it. I'm not saying that I don't have all the answers yet, but I'm listening, and I'm working and trying to understand how we can. I also believe strongly that we need a climate advisory committee. I talked about that in the last session. We're working toward a climate strategy, and that's something that I have wanted to do for quite a while. So that's the work that I'm focused on as well. But I also want people to understand some of the things that the county and Clean Water Services is doing as a whole.
Yeah,
there's some things that are really impressive. I mean, the fact that Clean Water Services avoided building a cooling system by planting, I know you're talking about tree preservation, but they planted trees all along our Tualatin River and cooled the water, so we didn't have to build which is a win-win-win in my mind.
Absolutely.
So that's the type of thing that we need to do. We've got Clean Water Services is doing a generation system where they're burning they call fuels and organic. I don't know. It's yuck. It's like fat from restaurants and all sorts of things that gets burned, but it creates energy. So anyway, I think
that's great.
I really support what you're saying, and now the question is, how can we do it and maintain all the other services that we need to maintain this account?
Yeah, we're thinking, there's so many different agencies, that have an emphasis on, impacted communities and so on. And really, it's just a matter of shuffling staff, not actually really needing much money for it. It's just one person who's a staff person. We got a whole load of volunteers that will help and we'll get different perspectives, different communities. It just needs to have somebody say, yes, let's do a task force, and this person will do it.
And you need a champion, and I'm raising my hand.
Good.
Shushruta, you've got your hand up. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, thank you. I live in Bethany, kind of central Bethany, so good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. I guess my question is about ranked choice voting, because it increases DEI, and I guess like my kind of go-to example that's relevant to us is Benton County, where it works. And I think it has great potential here in our county as well. And I'm not sure if you recall this, but in January, the Washington County Democrats joined the League of Women Voters in endorsing a ballot initiative campaign. And I guess my question to you is, would you be able to help support and bring this initiative to the ballot?
First of all, I believe in the process, and I've been the League of Women Voters has talked to me a long time ago about this, and I understand, and I really think it's the right way to go, and brings us all into a better selection process. Let's just put it that way. I'm not sure how I can help. Maybe you can help me understand how I can help.
Sure.
So we can, and I'd be happy to take a phone call or sit down and talk about it as well.
Yeah, I'd totally be open to that. And I guess the reason I'm kind of bringing it up today is like the traditional method of kind of bringing that to the ballot would be to be gathering like 25,000 petition signatures. And obviously because of COVID and all those complications, that's really hard. And kind of one of the ways that we can get through that is to have the board, members of the board vote on bringing it to the ballot and referring it to the voters to decide whether this should be the system for Washington County elections.
And to be perfectly honest, I'd have before I say yes, I can do that. I think I need to vet that through our, what is on our plate right now in relationship, because there is the other avenue. And I'm not sure how Benton County did it. If it went through a board initiative where the board put it on the ballot or not. Maybe you can help me understand that. But I'd have to go through our regular process of bringing issues forward and seeing if I have board member support to get it through. I think right now, we need to wait for just a little bit to see the board's in an election year as well. And that's kind of, it's hard. We've also got the repeal, frankly, of our flavored tobacco ban that's going to be on the ballot. So that's another piece that's going on right now, but that's for the May primary. And you're not talking obviously about that soon, but we can talk offline and see what our options are.
Sure. What's the best way to reach out to you outside of today?
Marcus, would you put my email into the chat? Do we have a chat? It's Pam_Treece at co.washington.or.us. But if you just remember Pam_Treece, the rest of it is, what everybody else in the world in the county is too. So, and there we go. Thank you, Marcus. Josie, you had a comment? You're on mute.
Yeah, we did the original PowerPoint to you about the ranked choice voting a while back, and yes. And yes. Roy Rogers was very much on board with it, which I was surprised, and I think the others would be very much open to it. So I don't think you'd have a lot of resistance from the others. And a referral is easy. There's nothing in the charter that would prevent you from doing a referral. So it would be very easy. It's just a vote to say we're going to put it to the voters and they will decide. And we'll do a lot of the education around it. So, Fair Vote has a lot of information about how the process works, little videos to show. It's really simple. It's easier. It's ranking the people you want, and this way you have instant runoff elections.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
If you're choosing a new chair, you have, you can rank them and you don't have to go through that process, the second process of voting for the chair. It's, it can be done all at once.
But Jessica, I don't remember I'm sorry, I don't remember where we left it. I remember the presentation.
COVID intervened.
That's what I was going to say, but I blame everything on COVID, and sometimes I think it's not fair, and I didn't want to do that first. So, but I think you're right. I think it's time to get it back on track.
Yeah, I can. We're happy to do another presentation to kind of bring you back to remember what we talked about. So, and I don't know how to say her name, but Shruta could work with us, on doing a presentation for the entire board, if you like, and then it could be a very simple vote.
So, Marcus, I know you're taking notes. Would you thank you. Would you make sure that that's on my list of things to bring back to the table here after the meeting? So, and if both of you would reach out to me, just I would greatly appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Josie and I can coordinate that together, and we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. That'd be great.
Thank you both for being involved in our democracy. It's so critical that we have members of our community that take that responsibility and really understand that it's so important. It's really important, and any improvements to our processes, I support 100%. So.
Well, we're so happy to have public servants who will do it, so it's unfortunate the legislature didn't get funded, have more money. That was very unfortunate, but I don't think it's a dead issue. I think it'll come back.
No, one of the reasons I pushed through the charter change for the commissioners to move from, in essence, from part-time to full-time, it was proposed as a compensation review. And there's two main reasons. And to me, the most important one is that by having a seat that anybody can run for.
Yes.
And now it is really important to me.
Talk about DEI.
Yeah, exactly. It's the essence right there. And so that was the first thing and the most important thing to me. The second thing was that I felt very strongly that our constituents throughout the county didn't understand that we're the second largest county in the state with a very minimal amount of commissioner time associated with doing business. And that didn't make sense to me at all. So, that was the other thing, was making sure that we were committed.
I'm really glad you did that.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. And it was, it was a 4-1 vote. So let's just put it that way, but it got through. So that's what's important. So, yeah. So anyway, right. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
We are running really short on time. I do see that Iman just joined the group. If you had a quick question, Iman, I know your voice hasn't been in this space yet. You're welcome to ask a quick question, but we may be, they're closing in 15 seconds. Never mind. I apologize.
Well, Iman, thank you for coming. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate to welcome me. Thank you. Just listening. Okay. Good. You hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for your engagement in our county. I mean, we do this all together, and I really appreciate the fact that we have people like yourselves that are willing to learn more, be a part of.
Yeah, that's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So do we need to wrap up, Marcus?
Yeah, that's it. We will automatically be sent back to the main room in 12 seconds, or you can click leave breakout room and go now. And then we will all regather at the main room, and Philip will take back over.
Thank you, Pam.
Nice. Thank you. We all got that, right? I'm very proud and pleased that we're doing this work, but I also think that we're in a learning mode as we institute this tool. So I suspect that we're going to be changing as we move forward. So, excuse me just a moment. To my ASL interpreter, am I speaking too fast?
You are doing just fine. You go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Susan, getting back to your question, it's not a straight answer, I guess, again.
It's a hard question.
Well, but I guess what I would ask of, we only have 3 participants in our group, but what I would ask of all of you is to keep your eye on us. Oh no, we have additional people. Keep your eye on us and see if we're doing a good job. Provide feedback. Provide us your thoughts. I would really like to hear what you have to say, and I'd ask for a little understanding that we're new at this, and I don't know that this is a new process, but we're doing what I think is the right thing to do.
Could I add something, Mrs. Treece? May I add something to this?
Absolutely. Could you pronounce your first name for me?
Yes, this is Hemi Priani.
Oh, hi, Hemi.
Hello. And I really liked all the questions, and Susan had very good question, and she really verbalized it clearly. And your answer was satisfactory, I believe, because this is our first year, and we have to collect data to see where we need the most help and what is our budget. So we have to kind of compare apples and oranges to oranges. So I believe that answer is fair enough. And it's an experiment, and we will know more in the future how to apply it.
Thank you, Hemi. I think that I might challenge you a bit and say I don't think it's our first time, but I guess I think of an experiment as something that we might walk away from, and I have no intention of walking away from a tool like this in relationship to our budget. I think it's critical. So, Hemi, with all due respect, I'm going to say I don't think it's an experiment. Is that fair?
Go right ahead.
Yes. Yes. I meant to say just, it's something that we learn from.
Yes.
Learned. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And Narcidalia, am I saying that right?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Pam, this is Narce. You probably are seeing my big name and don't,
I didn't recognize it. Hi, Narce.
To see you. I'm just I'm actually glad to hear that you just responded that it's not an experiment, that it's actually a commitment. And I also just I also appreciate your answer in regards to, if I understood Susan's question correct, you cannot choose one equity over another, whether it's a disability or race or gender or veteran status or any of the protected classes. They all need to be addressed and be looked at. But that's the problem with our country, that we take one or the other, and it shouldn't be. It should be intersectional. So that would be my, those are my thoughts. So I heard you say that. So I just wanted to validate what you said.
Thank you very much. And that term about intersectionality is so critical to all the work that we do when we're looking at building community and supporting the community and meeting the community's needs. So thank you for that. Are there any other comments? Susan, your hand is up. Did you have another comment that you'd like to make?
No, I just don't know how to put my hand
Don't worry.
up.
Don't worry. I never know either. So, you would think after 2 years of this, I would know how.
There,
but
I'm done.
There you got a clap. Amy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to say that I've been attending budget meetings since like 2020, I think, or at least 2021. And I recall that there was one where there was a lot of polling done, and it was around how the community felt about sheriff's budget and policing. And overwhelmingly, the voting of all 4 sessions was saying that we should be reducing the budget of the sheriff's budget, but I haven't seen that reflected in any of the subsequent budgets. And I just wanted to put forward to you that I feel that that's a good place to be taking money from and then reinvesting into other areas of our budget that you're saying. We heard that there may be, the need to prioritize things, but that's a place where it's it's not the best way to use our money. The best way would be to ensure that everybody has what they need so that people don't feel the need to commit crimes. I know that not every single crime is a crime of desperation, but a lot of times that's a big factor motivating crime. So we need more money for health and human services and less for the sheriff's department.
Well, Amy, thank you. Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate your comments. I can tell you that I think in Washington County, what we're really proud of is the working relationship between our behavioral health groups and our sheriff's office. I think that there were Amy, I remember the town hall that I believe you were a part of. We've had a lot of subsequent meetings as well, and the information that we've received from the community has been that safety is a number one priority for everyone. And while I understand what you're saying, I think, well, I'm not sure. I hope I understand what you're saying. I think that safety is an interesting terminology because it's safety, but at the same time, it's also helping all of our community members be in a position of personal safety as well as interpersonal safety. And what I mean by that is it's really important that we focus on our behavioral health piece as well. Amy, you went off camera.
Oh yeah, I'm actually like cooking, so not the most flattering camera angles.
That's fine. So, but
yeah, I just safety can look like a lot of different things, but coming from the sheriff doesn't often provide safety for people in many different communities within our county. So I would just like to challenge you a little bit on that, and I think like using the word safety in whatever polling the county has done doesn't necessarily lend itself to finding what people truly need. I mean, we are a fairly safe place to live. There's not, I don't know. Anyways, I just think the budget priority shouldn't be on increasing policing and the jails, and we need to reprioritize and ensure that people have what they need. Thanks. But I see somebody else has their hand raised too.
So thank you, Amy. I appreciate your perspective. I appreciate your willingness to verbalize it. And I'm stepping on your toes, Megan. Do you want to call him Melissa?
No, you can call on folks as well.
Poor Megan. It's Megan's job to be the moderator, and I just jump in. I'm sorry. Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that just shows your great leadership. So I just want us to reflect back on what's been happening in Portland. And when they went to and defunded the police and substantially reduced the funding in Portland, it did cause a lot of riots and people were not safe and crime increased. So there is a relationship between safety and police. In Washington County, we're a lot safer because I think we have a very strong police department. They just finished a review of their internal use of force with an external agency. And that was presented to you guys, I think end of January. And they got, outstanding reviews of how well the police department is doing in these areas. And actually a lot of the recommendations were to document what the what the law enforcement is doing now. So I think you have to look at, there's consequences to things. So, reducing the sheriff budget, we've seen that in Portland and across the country, and it has greatly affected safety in that community. So we have to be very careful here.
Thank you, Melissa, for that. If we reflect just a minute on where we've been over the last couple of years, it's been so tumultuous from the death of the murder of George Floyd through the present time. I think we've all learned important lessons, and one of the lessons that I see and is the community outreach of our sheriff's department. The fact that they have formed a committee, an advisory committee to look at the procedures there, that's made up of a variety of community members. We have a Latinx advisory committee that informs the sheriff's department, and I'm really pleased that we have, from a horrible situation, we have learned new skill sets in relationship to communicating about what the community needs are around the duties of the sheriff's department. And learning that and incorporating it is key to providing a meaningful service to all of our communities and all of the people of color within our communities. And to me, that's what we need to be doing. I believe that, Melissa, I'm not sure if your hand is still up. Maybe we can go to Susan.
Yeah, I'm back. Just moving on to another issue. How, housing is a huge issue, very expensive, hard to find a place to live. A lot of people don't have a house. How do you interface with the state on this issue? Because although this is very controversial, if you create growth boundaries and restrict the amount of housing that can be built, you will force housing up. And I know this is controversial. I have a house, so I love the zones and so forth because I can drive out very quickly and be in the country. But I fear for the people who can't afford housing, and I think that's a major issue. And whether, I know that's not in your purview, but can you interact with the state on that issue?
Well, Susan, I think you're reflecting on a very important issue. And I think that you've brought up a dimension that is part of the discussion. What I believe with our UGB, or our urban growth boundary, set the way that they are, they're set in relationship to Metro, and the state informs that as well. So you're right about all of that. And the concept initially is to preserve our natural lands, to preserve our agricultural lands, and to keep our development more corralled and avoid what we come to know as sprawl, right? We are in a housing crisis, and we are looking at all different ways to try to address that housing crisis, from things like middle housing, the Middle Housing Initiative, which is basically looking at all sorts of ways to increase the density in existing developments, to allow for more compact living. But at some point, Susan, frankly, I think you're right that it is time that we look at what our expansions should be. In Washington County, we have expanded the urban growth boundary in 6 of our cities. So we've allowed that expansion, but they're right next to cities and they've annexed to the city. So, and those have been and are continuing to be very successful. But we need to be looking at how do we expand further as our growth in Washington County continues on an upward trend. My personal view is if we expand the urban growth boundary, it should be related to affordable housing. So I'll just let you know that that's kind of a personal.
It would be.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Are we late, Megan?
We only have about a minute left before we switch rooms, if I saw that message correctly. Okay. So is there anyone who hasn't asked a question yet that would like to?
I guess I want to say to all of you, if no one's going to ask another question, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you being here, how much I appreciate the interaction. We are elected leaders that are here to represent what our constituents want to see. There's always conflicting views. There's always things that we have to navigate. But without these types of forums, we don't get the opportunity enough to talk with you. We get lots of letters. We get lots of testimony. But these types of interactions to me are the most valuable. When you're telling me what your thoughts are, what you might think about in the middle of the night. For me, sometimes it's popcorn, but besides that, it's usually about something related to county business. So I do appreciate the time and the energy that it's taken you to participate here. So I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
I do have a question.
Hi, Benton.
I've been trying to get my hand raised, but I don't know how to do that either.
I know.
Anyway, I understand our situation with budgeting, of course. What I don't want to do is have the money wasted on projects that don't mean anything. I want, and I don't want fraud to be involved in any of these projects that get involved. They need to be focused, legal, effective programs, not just throwing money down the trash can.
I agree with you 100%. And Benton, if we need you to watch us. We need you to have your eyes on us. But I can tell you that I feel really positive about our contracting processes, about how we vet our projects. I feel very comfortable with the amount of community input we get, whether it's a transportation project, whether it's a affordable housing, anything. I'm comfortable with that, but I think you've taken it a little bit down a step and said, watch where the money goes, watch who's doing the work, watch to see that there isn't fraud involved in that, and I take that to heart. So I think that's my responsibility as an elected leader.
Thank you, and I know that's definitely part of the budgeting procedures to figure out where it goes legally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're right. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for welcoming me in.
Absolutely.
I think we're transitioning to our next room. So if you want to go back to the main room.
How do we do that?
You can stay where you are, and then just, if you click on leave room, then you go back to the main room, and then you can go to your next room.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Century-old phone. Yeah. So is there any other specific, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about the homelessness or houselessness, I guess it's called? How, besides housing, what is the county going to do? I mean, do you think, is there any plan for mental health help? Are you setting money aside?
Yeah, well, we're not really setting aside. I mean, we're spending it, but you've heard the term wraparound. Everything's about that. I mean, it starts with trying to find activities for folks that are meaningful to them in their life. And by that, I mean jobs. And so you treat the mental health addictions or whatever the addiction might be. You try to house temporarily. But frankly, and this is probably going to make you mad, and people don't like what I'm about to say, but I'm not big for warehousing people for any length of time. I want to get them back in society and get a path forward. And so I believe strongly in things like addiction centers, mental health facilities. If I had my druthers, though, we wouldn't have to do that and by some stigma. I think a mental health check ought to be just like a physical check every year. Why can't you go to your doctor and there's no stigma? When I was a kid, you didn't talk about those things because that was meant, oh, there's something strange about you. But no, I mean, that's just normal, good health. So we need to treat that. We've got to quit filling our jails with people who are mentally, needing mental health services. We've got to quit saying that, gee, we're going to house people forever. We've got to say, well, how do we move you forward? We've got to have job training so people can move forward. I don't know. I'm a little concerned, and you're going to hear it from me and nobody else because everybody else thinks I'm kind of wacko about this. But you take a look at at what's happening with artificial intelligence, and there's not going to be a lot of need for a lot of people, doing certain services. And they all say I'm crazy, but not so much. And that's why you have really smart people like Elon Musk, and you had Bill Gates and all saying we need some universal income, because what do you do when every job that we have is done by a robot? I mean,
yeah, if they could drive cars in California, they could do pretty much anything.
They can wait on tables. They can do lots of things. And so at some point, I mean, we've got to have some balance. We got to figure out what those jobs look like. And I'm on the Work Systems Board, which you're probably not familiar with, but it's a training program for. Usually, we worked with youth. We have some adult programs, but youth, usually youth in areas that maybe, you know, they may be of color, they may be of just income levels that they didn't really see the need to get lots of training. And so they try to get them GED, try to get them some skill sets. But I'm always concerned that, are we training people who are going to go to jobs that are going to be gone in 3 to 5 years? I mean, are we really training for the future? And everybody says, well, what's the future look like? And I said, well, don't have a crystal ball, but that is the question. I mean, I think it's continuous training. It's not training.
So it's glad that, but I think that if you train them, whether they leave and somebody else comes that's been trained someplace else, education still gives them something they can hang their hat on.
Yeah, but I mean, and skill sets. If you teach, we have programs, for instance, to drive trucks, and you just mentioned, what if we don't need truck drivers because we use or we have programs that teach kids to do, you know, just basic skills, maybe work in eating establishments. What happens when we have no need for any of that? I mean, so I worry about how do we continue it, because we either have continued poverty and continued payment to people who don't have the skill sets, or we invest in an educational program. I'm not saying K through 12, or I'm not saying college, but a system that there's continually retooling and re-education. That to me is important. So if you are trained as a brain surgeon, we don't need brain surgeons anymore because we've got the robots doing it. Maybe you can sidestep into something else, you know. And so that to me is the key. But homelessness is, take a look at how many developments are being built. There's a lot. There's a need that's insatiable. And I've said, in fact, in front of some of our congressional folks, I mean, one of the best ways out of poverty is a good job. And so we really need to understand that it's a continuum. Mental health services, normal help with addiction issues, training skills, and a helping hand up, meaning temporary, to move on to something different and better. You know.
So what do you think your greatest accomplishment will be when you're done being giving to the community?
Well, I didn't far off, because I've done a lot of years. I think if you're talking about the county, and that's a great question. I appreciate that. We developed a strategic plan that was important that nobody even really knows about, but that was back in '85 when I first got over there. That's a long time ago. To make certain that we define what the county government did as far as levels of service. Again, I'm probably alone in this, but we've had a lot of mission creep, a lot of services added that you know, voters didn't get to vote on, and we're still trying to apply that standard. Whether that'll change with this board, I don't know. But I think that was important, not sexy, but it's a business approach. I've always believed that we're just a business, for a people's business, and we offer services, and we need to do that at the least possible cost. And we ought to ask them what they want. And if they don't want something, we shouldn't be putting things in without some sort of vote and without some kind of an understanding. That's my basic tenet. I know that's strange to a lot of people. That's a really weird kind of approach. So those accomplishments, I think the whole business of clean water, we took a little sewerage agency and now became a world-class organization. You may not know that, but recognized throughout the world for some of its accomplishments and the things that we've done. We passed what we call an MSTIP, which is a transportation system. We put more pavement down, and you may not like that, but that includes active and sidewalks. We do that more than Clackamas County and Multnomah County combined because of the generous funding of the public. And so we put that together to plan for the future. Is it, great? No. I mean, take a look. We got lots of problems. Just go to the Tigers on a given day. But it was an accomplishment, a lot of things. We couldn't anticipate that we would be joined by so many good people from other states. When I first got out of the county, we were about 230 to 240,000. Today we're 630,000. So I've seen a lot of growth. It's I think been contained in terms of trying to do it sensibly and have some amenities. So I mean, there's a lot of things. Will anybody remember me or you or any of us when we walk at the door? No. But that's not the point. I mean, we're just a small piece of the mortar between the bricks, or the generations. So yeah, I've enjoyed working with them. a lot of, I think this is my 6th chairman, and I worked with a lot of board members. Unfortunately, some of them are no longer with us on this earth, but a lot of good people.
I want to just jump in here because we've now been joined by Jim Long, Zakia Ibrahim, and Caprice Massey. And so just wanted to make some space for them to join in to the conversation with any questions. Ellen, your questions have been wonderful. And I've been learning a lot about Commissioner Rogers as well. So just want to allow other individuals to come off mute if you like, and
anybody but Jim. No, you can't let Jim off.
Come on, you're waiting all day.
Anybody but Jim. No, he's a good guy. Known him a long time.
Hi, Jim. It sometimes takes him a few minutes to unmute.
He's technologically challenged.
Hey, I'm not sure I like that comment. I had a couple of computers up at the World's Fair up in Vancouver, BC, 36 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I'm not too technologically challenged. I guess, Commissioner, I've known you for quite a while, and we're cousins, right? My mother's last name is Rogers.
Yeah, you got to quit calling me Commissioner. I go by Roy. You know that. We've known each other.
Oh, okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, you can call the rest of them Commissioner, but yeah, me. Uh-oh, Jim, we lost him.
I said,
Jim, we can't hear you at all.
I sent out a letter earlier today. Did you get it?
I saw something come in, but I haven't read it at all, Jim. I didn't even see what it is.
I just wanted to make sure that you got it. It's from our Significant Natural Resources Committee.
Okay.
And it appears that the commission in the past has said they want to deal with this, and they know they have to, but we need it in the budget. We need in the budget enough staff to handle some of the items that are coming up because of the remand. And the ordinance 869 that has to be redone. You need to have enough staff in there to handle that, and that's part of the thrust of the letter. Is that it's something you folks had committed to earlier, and we want to ensure that the budget committee looks at that and does something.
That's not new to me, as you know. You've asked for that before, and I think I'll just speak for myself. I think that's a fair request, Jim. I'm not sure that we'd all come to the same conclusion. We might have a different idea, but at least it's fair that we explore that.
Okay, well, I might leave this breakout room and go to another breakout room to raise that question with other commissioners.
Well, this is the fun one, but okay, I understand.
I know. So nice chat with you, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah. See you later, Jim.
Take care.
See you later.
Yeah.
Caprice or Zakia, do you have questions that you want to bring into the room?
The only questions I really had were surrounding the budget, and I've been disconnected from the county for a few months because I've been working outside, and wanted to check in. Are we still looking at zero growth as far as hiring additional staff? And selfishly, I'll speak for the sheriff's office, but just in general around the county, is that what the goal has been set for?
Well, I defer that to Tanya, but because she actually, we hire her, but she, as you know, sets the staffing level.
Agreed.
That wouldn't be my goal.
Yeah.
The sheriff's department, let's talk about that. More importantly, let's talk about the jail.
I'd love to talk about the jail.
Yeah, the jail is way understaffed, as you know, and what you would find, and I think that's not news to anybody, is that how we cover staffing is we work those few people we have a lot of hours, and so it's really not economical to do that from the standpoint of good mental health for our folks, as well as their livability. we're going back out, as you know, you're probably aware, with Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District. I think every board member's endorsed it. I mean, it's just a no-brainer, in my opinion. So that's easy enough. There's always a tug of war between social services and jail and the sheriff. That's, I think, unfortunate. I mean, if you go back any length of time, it's a primary service. I mean, if we stripped everything away, we would have the sheriff's. You know, that was what it was formed to do. We had to have protection in the territory. And then you have to have a jail, and you have to have, you know, some kind of a land divisions. And so you had what we call assessment and taxation, but it's, you know, how you record deeds and all that sort of thing. Everything else has been a function of growth of what we consider to be good government. Even your friendly county commissioners, you really don't have to do anything other than elect them. We could show up once a year, I guess, and for a few days if that was the mode that people really wanted. But yeah, I don't know about the zero. There is going to be, and I'll tell you this, and others may not, there's going to be some real changes in total FTE, and the reason for that, and it's going to be downward. We've had the good fortune of having over $100 million of what they call CARES Act money, you know, the last couple of years. That money's going to stop. I mean, the federal government can't keep giving us money forever. And we've hired a lot of people as temps and as contractors. I don't know what it's going to look like when that money disappears. It's going to be different. So then if we try, and that's probably a great discussion in other groups as well as long-range planning, what happens if we tend to take and say, we're not going to fund your interest in the sheriff's department, that at an adequate level, and we go from 600 to 1 million. I mean, we can't, I mean, can't have the same number of people. But the justice system has the same problem. In you know, in their DA's office, they're saying they can't prosecute things. They don't have enough dollars. In our land use and transportation, Jim was on there a minute ago saying you need to allocate staff for certain things, and we don't have that money. And so it would be interesting, you know, a budget process I saw, not ever here at this county, but another, if you had X number of dollars, knowing what we have, and say, what would be essential, where would people spend the money? Now, I would bet that we would probably find 100,000 different ways. But if you really said that, hey, what do you want to spend? I think it would, at least in my particular area, neck of the woods, people are pretty aligned on where they want that money. And so there's not going to be any cutback on the sheriff's department that I know of.
Well, I very much appreciate that. I mean, I live in your district, and
where do you live?
I live on a flag lot at Rose Shack and Bull Mountain Road, where that intersects.
Yeah, I'm right off of Peachtree. You know where that is?
Yeah, I know exactly where that is.
That's where I'm sitting right now.
And that is where I will I'm actually at the police academy right now.
Oh, you are? Good.
In Salem, I'll become the patrol commander next. Well,
I see you didn't disclose that until I made my comment.
I know, but I'm a jail deputy. I love the jail, so I like to hear about some of this, you know, and sort of how we're going. And I love being a part of the ESPD, and so I really actually appreciate you just being willing to take the time to, you know, share with me, you know, the things that are being considered.
Yeah, I've not. We've heard about defunding that. It's no appetite for that. There's, I know the sheriff. I just talked to him the other day, and he's got some rather expensive new vehicles he thinks he needs to have. And you know, I told him, you know, the unfortunate thing I have is a limited budget. I wish that we could fund a lot more, because frankly, sending people out into various difficult situations without proper equipment, without, you know, every backup, none of us, that'd be like sending you to Ukraine right now and saying, you're not going to get any arms and you're going to just go over there and you're going to wrestle people with your bare hands. I mean, it doesn't work. Yeah. So yeah, bless you for doing what you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that. But I will say we are working really well with the other county departments, I think, on our new houseless outreach and all that. And I think that, you know, it's really going to help our whole county. So I do appreciate everything you're doing there.
Well, you're very kind. And don't get into trouble down there at the academy. I mean, it's really bad when we get these notices back about this wildness, and I'm sitting there saying, "Oh boy, it's a neighbor up there in my neck, the woods." And
I'm too old for that.
Well, I'll never say that. Never too old.
I'm like these kids' mom in the class. Oh my gosh.
I want to just jump in. Sorry to interrupt, because the announcement just came that people can switch breakout rooms if you would like. You don't have to. We can stay here, but they did just make an announcement. So if you wanted to talk with another commissioner, let me just walk you through. At the bottom of your Zoom screen, there's an option for more, which has the 3 dots. And if you click more and then you click breakout rooms, you can reassign yourself. This is how Jim did it when he was here before. You can just reassign yourself to the breakout room you like. And I'm expecting that we'll have some new folks joining now. And so we want to make space for the new people as well.
Can I sign out and go harass Gary?
No, you may not. I do want to elevate. There was a question that came into the chat from Zakia Ibrahim. And so I'd like to raise that question for you, Commissioner Rogers. And then it looks like Amy has her hand up, and then welcome Rachel and Fran. So the question says, hello, I'm Zakia Ibrahim, owner of Education Explorers and Omolaso Preschool and Childcare, 2 in-home licensed African-American culturally specific programs. Zakia would like to hear about protections that Tigard can put in place for providers trying to rent properties to expand their programs. Zakia and many others get turned down just because they are providers. Zakia says they are licensed, have business insurance, and constantly have various state inspections.
Wow, I have no expertise in that. I'm a bit shocked though, because there is an abundance of space in Tigard to rent. So I don't know if I'd have to find out more. It'd be interesting to know the specifics. I could pass that on to Tigard officials and say, can you be of assistance? They have a great economic development group there, and I'm sure they would help him. If not, have him pass a note to our folks, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I'm here for them if they need it.
Great.
I like those businesses. Amy, except she won't come on camera so we can see she's a real person.
Yeah, I'm a real person. Hi,
There
my
you
name
are.
is Amy Johnson.
Hi.
One of my real concerns, because I'm a human being on this planet, is the changing climate. And I'm sure that you're aware of the facts of climate change because it's all around us. And we all experienced the heat dome last year. And of course, the accelerated wildfires on this side of the country, including in 2020 when we had the wildfire here in Washington County. I wanted to ask for your support on climate change resolution from the county and also climate advisory committee to advise the county board of commissioners on climate policy, since there is no plan from the county, and we need a climate action plan to ensure that all of our community members are able to live the best that they're able to. We're going to be facing water shortages, more extreme heat. So I'm just asking what your level of support is for that. I know that it's something that's planned from other commissioners to happen sometime this year.
Well, I'll be very honest and frank, because that's the way I am. I'd have to see the resolution. I mean, it's a complicated issue. We're seeing what's happening with non-oil production, in this country. That whether we like it or not, we still are driven by cars for the most part. And now we've got a war in Ukraine that is testing all of our patience on a lot of things. Whether that means, good practice in forestry, I mean, that's an issue as well. You can't leave lots of snags on the ground and dead trees and not expect to have some problems. I mean, there's those issues. It's a difficult, unless it's some kind of a world-based approach to have polluters. I don't know if you've been to China. I have been, and see the amount of pollution that's coming. And
I was there for a year, actually.
Yeah, and you probably, I don't know what all cities, I think I was about 10 or 11, that mushroom cloud of dirt everywhere, and they are continuing to use coal.
But actually, US is one of the biggest polluters on the planet. And I think that China has begun to phase out their coal if they haven't already. But they've been making some substantial promises. So I don't think this is something where we can say that China's the worst and we're the best.
Well,
for sure.
Well, we can have different opinions, but if you want nuclear, that's another option. That's a clean. A lot of people don't want nuclear. So that's very clean. Some people don't want liquefied gas. That's, not a dirty process. You disagree with me, but I'd have to see the resolution, honestly. So I wouldn't commit to anything until I saw it. I've always believed that judicially, I listen to both sides and adjudicate it, and people can judge me as they will based upon that adjudication.
I'm sure other people have questions too. Sure. I hope that you will support. Thank you.
You bet.
For everyone's future, because I know that, you probably have grandchildren and children too. So thank you.
We do. Thank you. I think it's around the mountain Fran now.
I was going to say, oh.
How you doing?
Hear me?
Sure. Can't see you, but I hear you.
Okay. Here we go. Can you see me now?
I do.
Okay. Thank you very much for your service. Believe me,
they don't know what remember. They don't know what around the mountain does. I think probably.
Okay. I was going to say, you were the person 20 some odd years ago who encouraged me to not only get into community service, but also to elevate my level of operation, because I was operating at too low a level. And so I got into transportation for the higher growth communities, and we designed the Around the Mountain recommendation to the community, because we knew that there were 37,000 people coming to that area around Tigard and South Hillsborough and Cooper Mountain. And one concern they had at the time was that the commissioners all stated that no new arterials for Washington County. And yet, we're growing tremendously. And I remember, I just heard the county administrator was saying that no, we're outspending what we have, even though our population is growing dramatically. So it's going to be a real big challenge with this Mystic D3D is here. But here we go. Here's Shoals Ferry at Roy Rogers, which is just a bottleneck, very low mobility. And we're going to be adding a huge new community up Middle Cooper Mountain, which is going to be, there's 3,700 dwellings at a minimum. So one concern I had has to do with what are we going to do for these residents who are now going to be really bottlenecked at Shoals Ferry, trying to get to 217 as an example. And then the other one, which is along the lines of what Amy is saying, which is that we need trees, the existing trees, to as our first line of defense. It doesn't cost anything to preserve existing trees to help us with reduction of CO2. It offsets so many things. And I've been trying to get to your office to give you some science behind the numbers to help you understand better about the preservation of existing trees rather than planting new ones. And the third part of that thing is when we look at this budget and we look at equity, the equity lens, which is a good thing, we have to remember about equity and environmental injustice. So many of our lower income areas have much fewer trees, much lower open spaces, much less greenery, because they can't afford to maintain those trees that are in the right of way. They can't afford to, we don't have the parks there. So one of the things I hope when you look at the budget, you look at the environmental justice issues around these areas where we have the lower income people living, and make sure that we have the budget allocated to bring that up to the appropriate levels as well. Okay, so it was a loaded three-part question or to you, but it is transportation, Shoals Ferry.
Right.
Second was at least to let us help you better understand the benefits of trees as it relates to, there's a ROI on protecting trees. It's beneficial. And the third part is look at the equity lens and the inequity around different parts of the county. I have a number of scientists, you know me, I'm engaging with, to look at various areas in terms of how we need to better balance. And then when you look at the budget, you say, okay, what are we doing in these areas in terms of giving those people better health through these green spaces? Okay.
Yeah. You want me to answer those? I'm happy to. The first
Absolutely.
one, yeah, the first one, as you know, you were a supporter of coming around that mountain. I have been as well, and want to connect from Shoals Ferry down to Roy Rogers through planned some sort of a planned facility in the future. I wouldn't be surprised. This wouldn't be a surprise to you or anybody on this call. There are two schools of thought. Some people say no more pavement. We don't want any. The problem with that is we are a mobile society, and we saw what happened when COVID hit us. People got real angry about being in their homes for too long a period of time, so they're gonna move around for their jobs. They're gonna move around. So I would like to see some facilities built in a smart way. So I've talked with Tiger. That's not their number one priority of the county. It's kind of down the road. They're certainly looking at it, and so I think someday that you will see some facility. It's not an existing one that'll give you some relief. Not everybody's going to 217. We now, as you know, are doing some auxiliary lanes, and that's a good way of getting people to their destinations without interrupting the through traffic. So the transportation is complicated because of the numbers of dollars that are involved and the people are involved, which really brings me to number two. Nobody has suggested. I mean, my dad was born and raised in Oregon. I was born and raised in Oregon. So we like trees, but we also have come to grips with a urban growth boundary that's fairly tight. And so, usually the term ROI, which is return on investment, it's a business term, which I'm well familiar with. It's also another one called supply and demand. And so if you're crowding more and more people on smaller and smaller acreage, you've got to understand that there's going to be some give. I mean, you're going to have to place some facilities in there because not everybody wants to live in a 15-story tower, but maybe I will in the near future, who knows, but not right now. So there is some ways that are uncomfortable, and they go through areas that you and I both have listened to and heard with and talked about over the years, and it's not comfortable, and not that was my desire, but the option would be to break the urban growth boundary and say between 100 and whatever we want to pick, 175th and Hillsborough, all of it's developable land immediately. Well, you'd say, well, that's ridiculous, and I would too, but that would change a lot of open space, a lot of trees, and it would change a lot of the demand. So we've got to figure out smartly to balance, and it's a difficult balancing. And as far as the equity, as low as low income and communities of color, there's an interesting map. You being a kind of a transportation wonk like me, get it from a land use. We were looking at how we were doing in terms of our investments around the county in those areas of what we tend to call poverty or areas where maybe we have a high concentration of low income. That's not always people of color, by the way. It could be anybody. And you look at those investments, and they pretty well mirror that. It's a good map. Nobody likes to talk about it, but if you look at it, it's a good mirror of what's happening in the county. So, Fran, I appreciate your work. I hope you continue to push me and others. And we may not agree on some things, but that's okay. What's that old saying? If we both always agree, one of us isn't necessary, and I know that's me. So you'd be the necessary one, but I like to at least have you push on me.
Okay. Well, I do look forward to sending you some of this information because the green areas, it's a longer distance to walk to a park for a lot of these areas that are underserved. So maybe the transportation might be there, but maybe not the greenery that you're hoping for.
Yeah, don't forget, we're not in the park business in the county. Yeah, that's the city.
Oh, no. What I mean is they don't have trees in front of their houses either. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much, though. We'll send you some information.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Maggie's being patient, and I know she's got a question. No.
Yeah, actually, so I was also here to just kind of talk about climate planning as a county priority. I liked Amy's suggestion of a climate resolution, and I understand, wanting to read through that. I think that makes sense. And I also think that a tree protection plan is one of the easiest things that the county could do and doesn't really have a huge budget impact. And trees provide a huge amount of carbon sequestration. And I think that I totally hear what you're saying about the urban growth boundary and trying to find a balance there. But I think that there's also a way that things can develop that incorporate protecting trees as we develop. It can be done. And also, I think if the county were to take on like a climate action task force or a climate advisory committee or something like that, similar to what the city of Beaverton and Clackamas County have done, that group of people could be kind of researching some options for the county and how the county can take the framework that's already there with respect to the climate stuff and actually put it into an action plan that kind of moves us forward. I think, and that also would probably have a minimal budget impact, even given like a small stipend for members to be a part of this climate action task force or advisory committee or whatever. And they could kind of work on some things for the county. But I do want to see, climate planning be a priority for the county. And I don't really think that we have time to keep waiting. So I would love to see that prioritized this year.
Well, and I appreciate the comments. There's lots of perspectives, obviously. It's not as, I would just offer to you as I'm listening and you've got you're a thoughtful person and you got some good ideas. It's not an inexpensive proposition. You say it is, but it's not. Let me give you a couple of examples as to why not. Counties, I've always said, they paint with broad brushes. We're meant to be very wide in our ordinances, very wide in how we govern. This particular county is the most unusual of all of them because we have a huge urban unincorporated area, 200,000 plus, not in cities, but in city-like living spaces. Every other county, those folks are in cities. And you mentioned the city of Beaverton and their plan. That's exactly what cities are supposed to do. If we have tree cutting ordinances, for instance, or tree preservation ordinances, how do they apply to the rural areas? How do they apply to the urban unincorporated? They can't apply in the cities. We know that. So we have these urban areas, and then what happens to those? And are they in agreement with what our cities are doing? Are they going to prohibit certain kinds of development? Again, with an urban growth boundary, many people would say, well, what we're doing is we need to take and build lot line to lot line so we can get as many units as possible. Think of another 400,000 people there, 1 million people, and what is the land area now unless we continue to expand the boundary. If you don't take out any trees, you're going to have a problem in that you don't have the number of units that you need. So my plan always has been and continues to be, and you're going to laugh and you're going to think it's stupid, and that's okay. We need to come to realization that we go up instead of continue to go out. That it wouldn't be a problem if you lived on the first floor or fifth floor and I lived on the fourth floor, because as you age, you don't like all those stairs. We need to have more open spaces around our developments. I've asked the development community, would they build facilities that would be higher, and you'd have people in there. They'd own their units. So it'd be like you see in all their major cities. And they said there's no market for that. Well, I'm here to tell you, and it's way off what your question was, but I'm not going to misjudge you by your youthful face, but I'm guessing that you're a little bit younger than me, quite a bit. And so you don't have any problem navigating those stairs. Now take yourself 40 years out and say, are you going to want to pull into your garage on the first level, walk up to your living room on the second, and up to your bedroom on the third? I don't think the building that we're doing is sustainable in terms of the people as they age. It's predicated on a lot of not young new people coming in. And all we have to do is see things like Intel, who just took, a big investment and went to Ohio. All they got to do is start moving out of state, and there won't be these younger folks who are occupying these dwellings. So to me, the tree ordinance is, I'm born and raised in Oregon. I love trees. I think we ought to put lots of them in, but we have to have them so that they can grow. You can't have houses that are 2 feet from each other and put a Doug fir in there. I mean, it's just impossible. It doesn't work. So how do we develop? And that's, to me, the key. How do we develop so that there's areas where they can grow and be healthy and mature well beyond your and my lifetime, so that they're around? And so to me, it's all the development patterns. As far as the whole issue on climate change, I mean, you have to be foolish not to know it exists, but we have to come up with solutions that make sense in the world, and say, how do we come up with the things that you probably wouldn't like, that I probably wouldn't like, but there's some analysis. And I think it's a larger picture than just Washington County. Not that we can't play a role, but I like the idea of convening groups, especially if they include city representatives, because to sit there and say that somehow one area that's right across the street from me can do one thing and I do a different thing doesn't make any sense. It's got to be does that make sense? It's got to be broader than just.
I think it should be representatives from all across the county. You could have a representative from each district, or a couple of representatives from each district representing different perspectives and experiences. And they could start working on some of that stuff. They could even draft a tree protection policy for, mature trees. They could do any number of things. I just think like it's a way that the county could begin to move on this work without having to use a lot of resources.
Yeah, I still think it's more complicated, but I'm trying to push you a little bit to think broadly and say it's the development that does it. If we were able to develop differently, maybe we could do a lot more. That's the problem. It's development patterns and what we're building. We're building these shotgun types. If you go to the south, you see shotgun type houses on small lots. No living creature can live there, let alone any plant or tree. I mean, we've got to figure out how to be more thoughtful about this. I mean, it's not good.
Just want to jump in because they're about to call us back into the room. You can talk until they do. I just want to let you know that it's gonna happen soon.
No, that's fine. I see that we had about 4 people in this one, so I'm participating, and the others have got about 20. So I'm sorry I bored all of you.
Great conversation, really good questions.
I don't think there's anybody else that hasn't been heard.
Okay, Fran, take it away.
And again, if nobody, I don't want to usurp anybody else's time, but there is a group, the THPRD, previous administrator for many years, is looking at expanding Cooper Mountain Park, Nature Park, with Metro and some other things so we can provide more urban green space. And City of Beaverton is looking at on the top of Cooper Mountain to put in at least 10% of the housing units there will be affordable housing. And I think this is a splendid idea that we could make open space and trees within walking distance of affordable housing. And this would be a really good model. And I think the City of Beaverton Council would look positively upon this kind of thing. So again, this is another kind of a role model type of thing where we can put our affordable housing near large spaces where children can play and stuff. So be looking for this Cooper Mountain Nature Park expansion proposal may be coming, and lots of open space on Cooper Mountain, or green space. I shouldn't say open space because we want the trees there.
Yeah,
but there's so much development coming.
Yeah, I haven't come across any. Are you anticipating there will be some budget requests or just a partnership to expand the park?
It's conceivable that there may be some budget requests, but the whole point is that I would like you to at least take into consideration the fact that there will be, there's, two, I guess, Plan B and C, both from the city of Beaverton, have this affordable housing complex scheduled to be like, it's their hope to have it at the top of 175th and Weir. And then a lot of multi-generational cottage cluster homes up on Cooper Mountain, et cetera. So they're doing a lot to try to get high capacity up on Cooper Mountain. And the idea is if we could keep that a pristine area, that would be beneficial for the climate, for health, public health, because it's a significant positive for mental health, things of that nature. So if that comes your way, you might want to think of it in terms of the population that is going to be going in there nearby. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to give you a heads up.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if I got everything from the description given at the beginning, but I'm wondering if this budget would also be good for fixing up roads, sidewalks, and providing like social services like mental health, and even funding for sports for school-age kids, from elementary to high school. Was that something that is covered with it, or is that part of it?
I hope so, and I say that because every program, I hope they would ask the amount of budget they need to fully operate and to provide those essential services. So I really hope, but I haven't seen the details of the line items of what they're asking each department. For example, the behavioral health that you mentioned, I haven't seen their budget requests for this year yet. They're still working on crafting that line items of where each money will go. But that level of detail will be provided in terms of line items. So I hope that's included. And if not, that's an opportunity where the community to advocate and say, we really think this is a essential or it's important service to include, and then to advocate where that money should come from then.
Thank you. Just to put it on the record, I think 209 from TV Highway to Farmington in Aloha needs some kind of construction and sidewalks set up, because there are some steep, I'm not sure how to call it, but at the edge of each side of the road, the cars have gone down and, they're stuck there, and it's like a ditch. You can't get out of there. So it's pretty dangerous. And then on Farmington, running from I think it's Kinnaman to from Hillsborough, lighting is terribly bad. There's no sidewalks and there is no stoplights. I have friends that live on between that section on Farmington Road, and it's so hard to get back from the street road to Farmington Road because of the lighting and because traffic just keeps on going one direction and another, and you can never get in the street. So that would be one thing I would mention. And again, the mental health services and funding for sports, that would be something else too. Thank you.
Thank you. I was reading the message that was posted there. Yeah, the transportation issues that you highlighted, oh my goodness, that's exactly what Brenda and I have been really pushing hard. The lighting issue, I live around those areas that you mentioned. So, and as the transportation commissioner, that's been honestly my focus on how do we center equity around transportation, meaning, how do we invest and push resources to areas that have not been really invested previously? So lighting being number one, Farmington being problematic in so many different ways, as low as something small as lighting to, not even safe routes to anywhere for buses and or cars and people. So I hear you, and I'm really hoping that this next level of the major street transportation improvement plan, it would hopefully include some projects that are focused on Farmington and addressing some of these safety concerns and enhancing, just even illuminating will really alleviate some of the immediate danger that most of us face that drive in these streets or walk or just use simply. So I hear you, and hopefully when it comes to the budget, my understanding is there's different ways transportation projects are funded. So when you see the budget for land use and transportation, because transportations some are like MISTIP is a taxpayers, right? Like it's a dedicated money that comes from the from the residents in Washington County to really invest in major streets improvements. But then there are federal dollars that are dedicated to certain areas, and then there's grants. So it's really, there's different pipelines that the money for transportation comes in. But keep an eye on and pay attention to the MISTIP movement. I think we have an opportunity to change trajectory in terms of the future and invest in areas that have been not heavily invested. So I would really dial in on the MISTIP movement and this cycle, how we're going to invest, because it's done by every 5 years. So we have the next 5 years right now is what's in discussion.
I was just going to note that the first breakout session closes at 7, and then the second one, we'll come back to that. So I know, Nasia, you said you wanted to pop over to the Hillsborough one, and that starts at 7. So just to keep folks on the timeline. And thank you for your comment on 170th Street. I am keeping notes on the things that pop up in the chat.
Thank you. Will the same conversation continue on this one?
Yeah. Yeah, we stay here. So if you want to stay in this session, you can. If you want to pop over to hear what Jerry has to say, you can pop over to Commissioner Willey's room.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments or ideas you wanted to share? Or even, it could even just be broader topics of interest.
I think Fran has her hand up. I don't know if it's from the last time, Fran, but your hand is raised.
All right, looks like no.
Sorry, I have another comment.
I think Michael raised his hand, sorry.
Nasia, are you okay to hold off and we can take Michael's question first?
Yes.
Let her go ahead first.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay.
Nasia.
Okay, thank you. I just was going to mention also funding for immigration services, legal immigration services for, asylum seekers, refugees, laquistas, and their families family members as well. You know, with this USCIS fees and the attorney fees, we want to make sure that these individuals get proper representation and get, you know, assistance from an attorney that is licensed or an accredited representative. So we want to be able to, I feel like this is a kind of like a medical insurance matter. You need medical insurance to be able to get taking care of your health. So in a way, taking care of your legal status, we need to be able to provide the funding for that in some kind of way, assist with that. So I would also touch on that too.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely track that down and take it forward to the staff. Thank you. That's a really good feedback. I don't think last year it came up, so I'm glad you mentioned. Michael.
Thank you. One of the things I'm looking at is the housing situation for low income, poverty, and such in the Loa area, Loa Reedville area, is a lot of it exists between Blanton and Alexander. And then here we go, hearing about projects like the 86 room apartment building that's supposed to be going up on 174th and Alexander, the other project that's supposed to be happening on 209th and Alexander. We got the hotel on TV and 198th that's being converted. It seems like we're looking at, well, it's already a poverty section. Let's keep all this in here. So I'm kind of, you know, I mean, as it moves further away, yes, we get more middle-class neighborhoods, but seems like we're putting it all in one spot. The other thing being is we're wanting to move away from roads and cars to bicycles and public transportation and pedestrian. Unless we start changing things so that, yes, you are putting in 50 homes here, but also we're putting in a some kind of a food thing, such as a store or a market or something of some nature to go along with it, so that things, you know, people can walk to it. I'm not far off of TV Highway, and it's 15 minutes to the nearest food. Okay. So if it's 15 minutes for me, how about, you know, the new people are going in further down and away, it's more than 15 minutes. So just some things to look at when we're looking at budgeting and you know, things for land use and transportation is maybe we need to start taking a look at how can we change if these are the directions we want to go, pedestrian and bicycle and you know, less modes. Maybe we need to start looking at, you know, how can we change the zoning and other things to make this happen so that people don't have to climb in their car to go get a gallon of milk.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point, Michael. Really great point. One thing I would say about, you know, I'm very, not that I'm territorial, but I live in this district in work and play, and my kids go to school in here. So I'm very familiar and very protective for our district and also the community that live here. And I can tell you that the Aloha, for example, hotel was an opportunity that presented itself, that the county was able to use some of the some funding and take advantage of that, and use it as a sort of like a shelter opportunity until they can convert. So it might feel like let's all cluster it here, but I think behind the scenes, I guarantee you it's not. And I'm a big proponent or an advocate, I should say, of, you know, really helping people and not letting people use the streets as a waiting room for permanent housing, but help them to let them live in a more dignified way in the meantime, because homeless solutions is housing, and then the infrastructure isn't there, permanent housing. It'll take some years, and then what happens? So yeah, I hope you take that in, I hope that's comforting in some way, that I'm looking out for the folks in this district and making sure that we're not at a disadvantage, that the whole board is equitably looking in how we distribute funds and how we resources and how we cluster communities. And then the transportation, I agree with you. I think the infrastructure is very important. Making sure that if we're going to build up or build out, that the community that are going to move in have the infrastructure to get to where they're going. So I agree with you on that. And I support multimodal transportation system or having that lens. But if you're going to build and it's going to take 30 minutes to get to the nearest grocery store, it's really, that isn't a holistic view. And I'm not tracking the questions in the chat, but if you have a question and you post it on this, is it safe to say, Brenda, that the staff will get back to, will provide the answers in the report
so
out?
I'm tracking all of the questions.
Okay.
If I've connected with you before, like there's some names that I recognize, I can definitely reach back out, but it would be safe just to drop your email address in, would be wonderful. I just got a note from the team saying that the second breakout session is about to start. So if you want to pop out of this one and go sit with another commissioner for a while, now is your opportunity to do that. Welcome to the folks who are coming into this breakout session right now with Commissioner Fye. My name is Brenda. I am her staff assistant. And for the folk, if you've stayed, we're just going to start over at the beginning to talk about the commissioner's budget priorities for the new folks who are arriving. We'll do that for just a short period of time, and then we will open it up to questions for everyone. If you have attended our District 1 town halls, it is going to be a very similar format. So happy to have you here today. We'll be looking at sharing this space for questions. So if you've already asked your question and someone who hasn't had an opportunity to do that yet raises their hand, we're going to choose to allow them to have an opportunity to share, and then we'll come back to you once everybody has had a chance. So it looks like we have a new section of folks. Commissioner Fye, do you want to kick it off?
Yes, absolutely. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad to be here with you tonight, and thank you so much for taking time from your busy schedule and joining us here. I think this really, it's an opportunity to hear from our community, and we're tracking all the questions, and hopefully the staff will provide the answers if I can. And I'm very honest about myself that, you know, the budget is $1.4 billion. So if I don't feel that I can fully answer that question, I'm happy to say that we'll take it back, and the staff will provide the an actual answer. But I'm really excited. Last year was my first time participating in this budget process. And it was really an eye-opening and a good opportunity for me to sort of have a game plan for next year, this year meaning. So I'm really excited to have had that opportunity last year and then going in with eyes wide open at this next budget cycle, and you know, transportation and homelessness and public health, mental health, really being a key priority, and seeing what else we can impact as a community and how we can funnel some resources, maybe even if it has to be, you know, extra few thousands to resources that have been not fully invested at the county level. So with that, I'll open it up and see if there are questions instead of just me talking. Don't be shy. Last group, just as in something to, you know, to motivate you. Last group had a lot of questions, so let's beat them.
Okay, I'll have a question.
Yes, Mr. Long, hi.
Earlier today, I sent an email to all you commissioners and the budget committee. I'm chair of the Significant Natural Resources Subcommittee, and we see that in previous years, the commission has agreed to do some things and take some actions, but we don't see it in the budget. So we want to make sure that in that large budget, there is enough for a staff person to handle the work that's coming up with the state. The state of Oregon has agreed with us on the appeals that there needs to be some more on to protect wildlife habitat with clear and objective standards. And we think that this needs to be reflected in the budget, be some money allocated to make sure that this works for the county and for wildlife. You know, if we're talking diversity, you know, I'm sure there's some wildlife that we.
I think you're breaking up, Jim.
So we're interested. Oh, shucks. I need a better internet connection, I guess. Anyway, that's my point is in past years, the commission has said they would do some things, and we have seen that in the budget. So with the remands from the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals and the State Appeals Court, the county needs to start getting it right and to be a leader in protecting some things here for wildlife. That's, again, probably our most specific diversity at this point is wildlife. And we love it. Most everybody in the community loves to see wildlife, and we want to protect that habitat.
I think I remember when that report was released in CPO 6, we got a presentation, and I think then the pandemic happened and a lot of distractions. But I think this year it's the community, especially you, Jim, and everyone that is with you on this journey to push for that. I know there's a lot of competing priorities, but I really believe in the advocacy. So the more you advocate, the wins that you'll have along the way. So make sure you reach out to commissioners and more importantly, the county administrator, and then that department, and say, you know, how can we help to get that money for you?
Okay. You know, it's costing the county money not to have these clear and objective standards and some good habitat assessment guidelines. So we will continue to advocate for it. I appreciate your encouragement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So I probably will be leaving this room and going and talking to another commissioner.
Yeah, you should do that. And by the way, I read your letter. I was going to tell you that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. Very well put together.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody else, I know there are people that are raised their hands. Somebody else was also advocating, not specifically this, but to have an eye on the environmental aspect of our budgeting. So you're not alone. There are people, we might not all be using the same terminology, but you have some allies with you tonight.
All right, I have to admit, I'm sorry. I was
Thank you.
taking notes, so I can't remember if it was Melissa or Susan that had their hand up first.
That was Susan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Melissa. Susan, you can go next. Thank you.
I just actually that raises an issue in my mind about with the equity concerns. There are going to be lots of things that are conflicting with each other. So environmental will conflict with racial issues, which will conflict with mental health issues. And I just wondered if you had a sense of priorities going into the budget committee and budget process of how your priorities will guide your decisions.
Yeah, good question. There's so many competing priorities. But I also believe, there's so many ways to cut the pie. So that's why I encourage everyone to advocate for their piece of the pie. But for me, in terms of this budget process, I'm really invested in making sure our public health are fully invested and funded. Mental health is a priority as well. And I know a previous group asked a question about the courts, but I think that person left and we'll get back to them. But, and then homelessness and affordable housing is a priority for me. And then transportation. I'm really focused on making sure we apply equity lens in transportation, and that meaning that we pick, we equitably invest in areas that haven't traditionally been invested. So who are the historically left out groups or communities or areas that, if it had to be an area, that have been left out. So that will be really what will guide. And then in terms of like the actual values and the focus that I'm, that I'm going to be centering on for this budget is really what are the impacts that we're having for our community. That's where I'll be investing my time and energy to advocate on essential services and services that really yield the most positive impact for our community. And I know it's there are so many different competing priorities and people advocating, but that will be my intention going into this budget cycle, not necessarily seen as competing priorities, but really just focusing on what will yield the most outcome for our community and the people that are most impacted by this issue and this service. Susan, I hope that answers your question.
Sort of. I just, how will you determine that this effort over here will have a bigger impact on that group than another effort over here? And so how do you balance, what's your metric that says this is an equal effort of our, use of our budget?
Yeah, and I think that goes, good question, Susan. That goes back to what the county administrator and Latricia, the equity officer, were talking about earlier, is really using the equity lens in our budgeting process. So how they answer, what are the strategies, and what are the questions that they're answering in terms of the impacts of their programs. So that's what I'll be really looking into.
But they will conflict with each other, and so I'm just wondering, how do you handle that? But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and then they will conflict, but I think it goes back to what yields the most outcome for our community, and then you'll know. I think, and if two programs are yielding the same, not to pit one over the other, but I think there's a way to balance that budget too, to have a fair. I don't think we need to take out public health to support mental health. I think there's ways to balance those two budgets, but I'm going to be relying on our staff and the equity tools and really having intentionality to the approach on how we determine those competing priorities. There's so many different hands raised. I don't know if you're tracking who is first.
This time I am. Okay, Melissa, okay. It's your turn.
Hi, thanks a lot. And this may be a stretch, but when we're talking about, you know, making tough decisions with competing priorities, there's intended and then unintended consequences. And so one of the ones that we've just seen recently was the decision made by the county to ban flavored tobaccos in Washington County, with the goal that that was to deter the 21 and below people have access to those products because they're very harmful and there's a lot of advertising toward that group, right? However, those banned products ban the products for everybody, including those who are 21 and above. Those products are still legal in other counties. So an unintended consequence of that is the businesses were greatly hurt because their customers just went to the neighboring county and bought those products. So, you know, you look at that and say, well, I'm trying to do the right thing for people under 21. However, there's the consequences of that for the businesses, for the county. You have to bring all of that into play. So, you know, I don't know if you want to talk about that and make a decision. That's going to be back on the ballot, so the people will decide whether that was a good decision. But it does give a good example of, you know, these are really tough decisions, and you have to think about, you know, the effect on everybody, right? When you do these, there's intended and unintended consequences, and they greatly affect the county and the residents and our health and our prosperity. So any comments on that, Commissioner Fye?
Yeah, Melissa, full transparency. I'm actually the commissioner that put that ordinance in place for transparency reasons. So my background is in public health and did a lot of focus on tobacco prevention myself, and really believe the data and the science on tobacco preventions. And that's why I recommended we go with that strategy of complete ban rather than restrictions. And for the businesses, I think to be fair, there are strategies to pivot on where they can make the revenues. So there are best practices out there on helping retailers pivot their strategies of some of that revenue lost. It just takes a bit of a journey and going along. I don't really see this as unintended consequences. I think it's just the tobacco industry is against it, and obviously I get it because they're the tobacco industry. But also, from a public health and science perspective, this strategy does save lives.
All right. I think we had Zachariah had the hand up first, but then it went down. So we'll take Nina because that's the one that I saw, and then we'll go back over to Zachariah. And I really hope I said your name right. Okay, Nina.
Okay, thank you. I think it is possible to align overlapping priorities that we identify, because, for example, mental health is related to reducing stressors on life. And that would involve, for example, access to equitable access to affordable housing, to transit, to rehabilitation in the court system, to access to lots of opportunities that enable people to thrive. And so I think it doesn't have to be competing priorities. I think a lot of them are overlapping and they're interrelated in different ways. And so I feel that, you know, it's not all or nothing type of decision. That's how I look at it. And so, yeah, and access to public transit is about access to self-help and access to, you know, our being able to to survive and to access the tools we need to take care of ourselves and our families. So those are my perspective on this. And I would like to know more about specifically how mental health access could be improved in the county and what are the current status on that.
Thank you, Nina. Great question. I wouldn't be able to tell you, and I don't think we have a mental health from staff from that department to tell you the status. But I would recommend that, you know, when the budget comes, people really pay attention to the line items and look into other jurisdictions, how they're investing and how they're resourcing their mental health, and see if we're up to par. You know, are we investing the level of other big counties like ourselves are, or do we need to really advocate? And I know from a few months ago, the presentation that we've got from our mental health team, you know, they don't have the level of professionals that they should have to operate at their capacity. And that's because lack of funding, workforce issues. So I would really, considering that, we're also tracking your question, Nina, so we'll submit it to the staff, but I think we really need to just look at the budget and just advocate. Because again, hopefully not, but I'm sure that program needs a lot of advocacy to get more funding. And you know, the social determinants of health or wellness or well-being all work together. You're right. Just this pie, you know, piece of pie, we're sort of pitted against each other, but all that pie works together to be well. All the social, you know, the transportation, housing, you know. So I agree with you, but it's unfortunate the lack of resources is what creates the narrative of competing priorities. But
all right, and Nina, if you want to pop your email address in, I'm happy to connect back with you on your question. And we have, I think, about 4 or 5 minutes left. So Zakiya, your turn.
Hello, Commissioner. I'm Zakiya Ibrahim. I'm owner of Education Explorers and Omolasho Preschool and Childcare. There are 2 licensed in-home childcare programs that are African-American, African culturally specific programs. And my question is, what can the county or the city, and my programs are in Tigard, but what can the county do to protect childcare providers in rental properties? Historically, Black and other people of color have had barriers in home ownership and accessing mortgages. And so therefore, a large population of us are renters. Well, every time I'm calling to rent a property, I'm denied solely based on the fact that I'm going to provide childcare in a home. I actually, right at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, was kicked out of a rental because we were doing childcare. Although I had been doing childcare in that home for 3 years prior to that, she decided that she no longer wanted me in the house to do childcare because of, I don't know. She just said, close it or be evicted in 14 days. I had a month. I asked her if maybe if you can give us time, we can purchase a property. And that's what we end up doing, purchasing and moving. And that's why we're in Tigard. We were in Aloha. But I would like to expand. I know other providers would like to expand. Everyone doesn't have a husband that can afford to get a mortgage, especially at the prices that homeownership costs today. What can the county do to protect us? We have insurance, we're licensed, we have various state representatives coming all throughout the year to do inspections. We are not a higher risk. We get there, we stay there because we want to have stability for our businesses. What can the county do to protect us? I will also add that I spearheaded House Bill 2484, which was a bill that was presented to protect childcare providers and renters in rental property. It got shot down. However, we're going to try to get it back for the 2023 session. But in the time being, what can the county do to protect us, specifically to Washington County? The bill was for statewide.
Zakia, thank you. And I'm sorry what you have to go through. In terms of your question, I'm wondering, Brenda, if this is something that we can connect Zakia to the staff who are working on that specific issue.
Yeah, if you can drop your email address in, I'd be happy to connect you back. We're going to get kicked out of this room in just a couple minutes, so, or maybe in a minute.
Yeah, but Zakia, I'm sure there's something the county can do or create the process to do something about it, you know? So keep hope, I want to say, and let's see if we can get you sit down with the actual staff that are working on this issue, and then see how they can streamline and what help they can provide. And I think we lost Zakia.
Yeah, we're going to get kicked out in 8 seconds. Okay. So hopefully she puts her her email in the chat.
Okay. I think we are all regathering here in our common area. Thank you, everybody. And thanks especially to our board members for participating in those sessions. Your input is very important to us. And what I would ask is we move the slide one more. And if we are all the way back here, we can finish off our conversation together. This slide is showing the remaining steps in our budget process. So we're here on March 9th with this town hall. This is the second town hall we've had about getting input on our budget process. And then our budget committee will begin, and committees, there's more than one, will begin their work here in April. We will have a budget committee orientation and budget committee meetings with public comment. They are listed here on this slide, starting on May 9th, with different configurations, different budgets that the county is responsible for and our special districts are responsible for will be presented in these different meetings with public comment. And then the last part of the process will involve public hearings. The first with respect to our county special districts on June 1st, and then the county budget overall and service district for lighting budget on June 2nd. And then the Board of County Commissioners on June 21st will consider adopting the budgets. So that is the timeline, that is the process going forward, and we are extremely grateful for everyone's participation in this town hall meeting as we get moving now through the rest of the process. If we can move the next slide. That concludes our town hall meeting. I would so very much like to say thank you on behalf of the county staff that have put on the support for this town hall meeting. And I would like to thank our interpreters, our American Sign Language interpreters and our Spanish interpreters who have helped us throughout this entire event. And I'm wondering if our board chair is interested in having the final word before we say goodnight, you are welcome to, Chair.
Well, on behalf of the 5 members of your Washington County Board of Commissioners, thank you so much for sharing your time, your questions, and your input with us. After all, we work for you, and it's important to us to strive to do a better job each and every day. Thanks again, and please continue on this path with us, learning more about our budget and how we're trying to do a good job for you. Thank you and good night.
Good night.